Welcome everybody to today's stream. Hello. Hope you had a nice day so far. And let's continue our journey. Let me quickly set everything up. Welcome, Shifty. Welcome. So, there we go. Hello. 1 second. So, looks good. And I also want to directly start with something. I invited myself to my community guild because that's something that is very helpful. If you're a new player, if you are a veteran, and you're not in a guild, get in a guild if you can, because guilds not only provide you with community and people to ask questions to, but they also, of course, provide you with buffs, small buffs, but they're actually quite helpful. And I will actually accept this now, my invite to my own guild, so to say. And with this, I will also check out the guild hall, because that's where you can get the buff. And then you go to the guild hall from the specific guild that you are in, and then you go to this tent here. Yeah, and in this tent, there is a specific guy, the bartender here, and this guy sells enhancements. And if you're currently leveling, or if you, whatever you want to do, there is specific enhancements. So in World vs. World, you can go for more World vs. World gain, more reward track gain, or you can even go for more experience in general and go for gathering bonus, karma bonus, magic find bonus. Of course, I'm leveling, so I'm going for the experience gain one, and this is infinite. It will increase my experience gain by 10% forever on this character. I can only have one of those boosts active, so you will always override them. But if you use a specific character for farming, you can change it to this. And if you go into PvP, you change it to the PvP one. But that's what I wanted to show, and that's why I wanted to join the guild. Of course, guilds are also a community activity. Now let's get back and let's start our journey, or continue the journey from here. Okay, as always, if you have any questions, any comments, let me know. Other than that, we just continue here and I will explain what I'm doing. And if something comes up, then we will talk about it. That's the goal. And today we are at level 62. We started level 62, 55% map completion. So I'm not sure how fast we will go there, but maybe we can even reach level 80. Yeah, the guild buffs they are not really like, people are not really told that they exist, you know, that there should be something in the game that tells you, why not going in a guild, you know, guilds are something that helps you. But the game itself makes a rather poor job in terms of like telling you that guilds exist. And even when you are in a guild, you might completely forget it, especially if you have multiple characters and you like play different ones. It can be quite annoying to get like the guild buff that you are currently want to get on the specific character. Yeah, that feels definitely somewhat of like easy to forget thing. But I think 10% of like anything, like getting experience, magic find, karma, if you're farming something specific, I mean, it's actually quite a good buff, I would say. Yeah, I really think so. Yes, 0 to Hero is ongoing, and I started, I think, exactly 1 week ago. This is my 5th stream. The last stream, I'm very sorry if you were there. So the last stream, I had some internet connection issues and I just suddenly deceased from the game and I could not log back in. So, or not only from the game, my whole internet crashed. So sorry for that. But yes, this is the 5th day of my 0 to Hero journey. And I'm a brand new account here and try to level my character completely like usual, while also getting the map completed. And my goal is, before the expansion launches in like 1.5 months, I want to get the one legendary weapon. One legendary weapon, that's the big goal, to showcase that you can actually do that as a new player rather soon if you know what you're doing, especially with the Wizard's World starter kit. You can do it very, very fast. So that's the whole goal. So the idea is that I will do it until the expansion drops. But if the expansion if I'm over with playing it for the first like round on my account, on my main account, then I might come back and do a second season of this 0 to Hero and maybe go for, I don't know, even full legendary gear or a specific other goal. So yeah, it's at the first season, I would say, is definitely about getting the first legendary and like showcasing how you can progress through fractals and that kind of stuff. But we will see. We will see how long I will keep it up after the expansion is, so to say, the hype of the first patch or the actual release of the expansion is over. Yeah. I remember when watching Mighty Teapot, when I started, it was quoted for learning all the tricks and tips. Exactly. That's why I think this is so good, especially if you have other content creators doing it as well. Sometimes they have other tips, sometimes they have something that you didn't know before. So it's actually quite cool that multiple content creators do that. And if you like don't know, that is always something that changes. Sometimes there is more efficient ways to do something. Sometimes you can explain something new that maybe the other content creator didn't even know about. That's really cool. So yeah. Yeah, last stream, Winslow, the internet connection in the whole house just went down and I could not get it back up. So I could not tell you that that's really bad. I'm sorry. So I couldn't finish the last stream. Luckily, it was already quite late, so it was not too bad, but I couldn't come back up with the internet. Yeah, that's apparently German internet security or internet connection. Yeah. What can we do? Yeah, it's really cool. I think Guild Wars 2 currently has quite a hype going with how many people are playing it or at least getting into it again. I think it's actually quite cool to see that we have also a rather, like not rather, but somewhat active content creation scene nowadays a little bit as well, at least on YouTube, on Twitch somewhat, but it's not crazy. It could be better, but it's still better than none, I guess. And we have some big streamers now as well. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I know. I'm very sorry, Winslow, but what can you do? You know, I can't change, sadly. If the connection is gone, that's too bad. I can't change that from my side. That's too bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. There is a lot of stuff that I need to use gold for. That is true. But what can I say? You know, I'm farming and getting my stuff and try to be as like efficient while also being like, don't spend my money on stuff that I don't really need. So definitely worth considering that gold is very important to me, and I might not buy everything that a new player might buy because obviously I want to get the legendary as fast as possible. But some things I just have to buy. You know, Berserker gear, for example, if I want to play fractals, that's something that I really have to get done. So there will be some purchases, definitely. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, you would think that, but it's like, I really often hear that people that are living in Germany have a big problem with this consistency of the internet quality and the bandwidth and just the general uptime. It's horrible. So what can I say? I'm happy that it doesn't happen that often, and I couldn't change it. That's the main thing. So I'm sad that I couldn't inform you that the stream went down and it will not come back up. But yeah, that's sadly how it goes. So on my main account, of course, I have like multiple characters at 80, but this is my first character, so to say. On this account, it's at level 62, but you can see the progress is actually quite fast. It's really fast. I'm like mainly focused on doing the map completion here and not really caring too much about the experience that I'm getting, because the map completion has, so to say, priority, because I know it will be, so to say, I will be level 80 when I finish my map completion, but I'm already at level 62 and I'm barely halfway done with the map exploration. Now that I have the boosts here, it's actually getting even faster, I would say. Yeah, that is true. I don't complain typically because my ping is likely quite good in comparison to a lot of other people, especially if you're from like Australia or something. The ping is horrible, I know that for a fact. So yeah, definitely something to consider. I'm happy with what I have, even though it's not perfect. I just want to mention that. Yeah, true. Welcome, Ether. Welcome. How are you today? Oh, those worms are actually quite annoying, I have to be honest, with the throwing rocks. But yeah, I think this map is actually giving me a lot of progress for the map completion because they have a lot of POIs in there. You know, this is like 43 in Lorna's Pass. That gives a lot of progress. Okay. Not bad, not bad. 10 Jotun skilled, okay. It's so funny to see. There are so many achievements that I get in the beginning that I would not imagine that I, like, that you get so many, like, kill 10 of this, kill 10 of this, explore this part of the map. It's actually so crazy to me how much you actually get in the beginning just from different achievements. I never get achievement pop-ups on my main account anymore, like never. It only happens when there's a new map or something. That's like so crazy to me. That there is so much that I just got already, and I didn't even know that I got that. It's crazy. Prismatic Regalia incoming soon, second legendary for me. Only Forge Steel achievements left. Yeah, I think that's such a good legendary to go for as a new player or someone that doesn't have full legendary, and I will definitely go for that as well when I need to go for full legendary on this account. But it doesn't have priority for me because, of course, if I only play one character for now and will probably stick to one build for the most part, then having a ascended or a legendary amulet is like not important in that regard. And the goal is, after all, getting the legendary weapon, the first one, because that's something that is a little bit more like an interesting challenge, because completing the achievements, yeah, it's doable in 2 months for sure, but everyone can do that in their own pace, and it's not like a specific interesting goal to watch, I would say. It's way more interesting to see how I try to get gold, how I try to get obsidian shards, how I try to get all my spirit shards that I need for the legendary, all that good stuff, while also doing, of course, the map completion in the meantime as well. So I think that makes sense to make something a little bit more interesting, but definitely after the first legendary weapon, I will probably go for the Prismatic Regalia for sure as well. It's such a good journey and such a good item in general. It's really, really cool. Nice. Yeah, some jumping passes, especially the not so secret one, is like quite painful. Yeah, I agree. Welcome, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. Thanks, Shifty, by the way, for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Didn't see it earlier. Was so caught up in some conversations. Thanks a lot for the Prime. Really appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I saw your Willbender video and I just want to ask, what do you think about Greatsword Sword for PvE, PvP? I think Greatsword is a very valid replacement for Spear for Willbender right now. They nerfed Spear quite a bit nowadays, and Greatsword they buffed actually, so I think they are almost even. It depends a little bit on what you actually like about a specific playstyle. So if you want to have a little bit more CC, then Spear is better. If you want to be a little bit more aggressive with the AoE and stuff, then probably Greatsword is better. So I think both of them are completely fine. Sword I would always take if I would go in competitive modes. It's just so flexible. But all three of those weapons, like Sword, Greatsword or Spear, can be completely interchanged. You should choose the one that you actually enjoy. It's like, of course, there are some optimal choices for PvE in terms of DPS output, but it's like not crazy different. So I would definitely say choose the one that you think is the best for your playstyle. Do you think we get any updates on the elite specs from the beta before the expansion? I think there might be some updates, yeah, some kind of like, how is it called? Some blog post or something, but I think it will be quite close to the actual release, like 1 week or 2 weeks before that. But I can also see that they will not give us any updates, to be honest. There will be no beta event again. I think this is almost guaranteed that there will be not another beta event after that. And after the one that we already got, I mean. And so in my opinion, I think it's quite likely that we will actually get not a specific update. I think that's the most likely scenario, but there could be some kind of blog post where they talk about it. Maybe. I think they are quite busy, to be honest. They have a lot of stuff on their mind right now, and it makes sense to, maybe there is actually a balance patch coming with the expansion that's not confirmed or shortly before the expansion, but that something like that, and then they could actually give us some updates. If there is some balance patch where they talk about stuff, yeah, that could be happening. That could be happening. But other than that, I'm not completely sure, to be honest. I want to keep you a bit engaged with the riveting gameplay. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's like the gameplay of this journey is not like insane. I'm just leveling my character here, but I'm answering questions in the meantime, so hopefully everyone is like happy about it. Either the people that like my gameplay or either the people that want to get some questions answered. I think both of it should be fine. And always, if you're a new player, veteran, whatever, just ask, don't be shy. I will try to answer all the questions, and if you have like a question and I didn't answer it yet, or I didn't answer it fully, just repeat the question and I will get back to you. I will not ignore you if I if I see the question in time. That's the main thing. Okay. Good. I mean, those quests were not that bad. The only quest that I'm a little bit like frightened to get to is this stealth heart quest. You know, I always have to mention it. It's one of the worst quests for me in the game, where you have to sneak through some kind of Ash Legion camp. This will be horrible for me. I'm really bad at stuff like that. But all the other quests so far were not that bad. So I'm actually like, the progress is okay. Almost done with this map. Then we go to the next one. Level 63, so we're already one level up since we started. Not too bad, not too bad. No, we got to the pirate quest now, okay. Nice, we are lucky because they're all... Sometimes some parts of the map change, sometimes they are friendly, sometimes they are evil. And if they are evil, then you can actually get the quest progress quite fast. If they are friendly, then you have to either come back later when they are not friendly anymore, or you go and collect other stuff. You know, the quest is almost always completable without having to engage with the damaging stuff, so where you have to kill enemies. So for me now, that's lucky because I can just kill some turrets and destroy some enemies, and then I will at some point get the quest done. But if that's not up, if the enemies are not there, then you can just collect some cannonballs and I think some rum or something like that. Yeah. Or revive some allies if they are dead. But this is way more... Oh, okay, this guy is invulnerable. Or this lady, whatever. Yeah, I think some people like this kind of roleplay with the heart, with the stealth heart, but I personally really dislike it. It's just so annoying, you know. I would rather fight, you know. I like the gameplay of the combat of Guild Wars 2. I don't want to be stuck on a heart for 10 minutes or even longer, just because there is some kind of really weird mechanic with the... Oh my god, that's so much damage. With the sneaking through and with the flags that you have to capture or that you have to interact with. Yeah, that's horrible. I don't like that. Oh, this guy's one-shotting them. No. It's not good. I have a suggestion for improvement, but I would take quite a lot of time. Your Google Sheet is really great. Any upgrade would be good if you also included additional values like damage. That would be a huge improvement. Yeah, I think my next step I will always try to update my build sheet for all the builds on my spreadsheet that I always put in all the videos and stuff. And this will be, in my opinion, always improved. So that if you have any comments, just let me know. That doesn't mean I will do it right now, but I will definitely get to it at some point. And there is another thing that I have. Oh my god, just don't put me always in combat. Yeah, so this is a very cool idea with the DPS output and stuff. That needs to be, of course, updated all the time, and some builds are not really like PvP and World vs. World builds. You don't test DPS there, or it doesn't matter. So yeah, good idea. I think that's not too bad to implement. And I also wanted to implement what's the primary stat, so that people can see, okay, I'm having a Viper set. So which build can I use here? Which is also using Viper? This is a little bit like, I try to implement that, but I also mention always, especially for example, for healers, I mention like 3 different builds or gear sets that you can use. So I don't want to always say, oh, this is the only one that you can use, but it's definitely really cool idea to improve the spreadsheet to a way that it's like a really big like encyclopedia or something for builds. So that's my goal. So I'm always appreciating any comments and improvements. So thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, don't go too hard on the story. If you have time and if you enjoy the story Snowbleach, then you can easily like do the story and have fun. But it's not important in my opinion. Like you can finish the story whenever you want. It's like not in a rush, I would say. At least I would say that's not important. Yes, if you are like a very crazy story enjoyer and you want to have everything like done before the expansion drops, sure. But typically I would say the expansion is quite likely to have some kind of at least a little bit new storyline that you don't have to engage with all the old stuff that is like necessary for you to know. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in an story, that's also... After that, it's not like the bears are somewhat like slow, but it's like there is not too much story left for you. So you will get there. You will get there, I think. We still have 1.5 months. Yeah, I mean, if you do every single thing in order, that's in Guild Wars 2 definitely doable, but that will definitely slow down to some extent your progress. But that's completely fine. I think everyone should take the game as they want to play it and enjoy this journey at their own pace. And if you want to do everything in order, which is completely fine, then I think even then you might actually reach the goal and the most up-to-date story parts. I really think so. And even if you don't worry. You know, the expansion drops. It's not like the expansion story comes out and you can't play it after 2 weeks. No, it will stay and you can just go back there. And it's actually maybe even better if you don't start the expansion story right away, because there will always be some bugs in the beginning of an expansion launch. So if you get there like a week after that or something, then the bugs are fixed and you have a better time. So yeah, that's always the case for expansions typically, and for any patches nowadays as well. Welcome, Omar. Welcome. Yeah, I have really cool ideas for Visions of Eternity already. Like, there will be a lot of cool content coming up. Of course, build guides like crazy for all the new elite specs, but also like guides for probably the new maps and contents and achievements and whatever. And just having some challenges maybe, and just a lot of fun. Yeah. Okay, we are almost done. What damage and healing meter are you using? So I'm using Arc DPS. It's really, this is the one, and you probably also should either use this one or none, because Arc DPS is the only one that is allowed in that regard. So you should definitely, yeah, not use anything else. That's Arc DPS is the one that you are allowed to use by ANET. Terms of service are fulfilled, so to say, in this one, but you should not use anything else. It's really like really important, because they are quite restricted. And if you use something that is not allowed, you will get banned for it. That's like almost guaranteed to be the case. So don't waste your account on that. Yeah, I think buggy launches, it's normal at this point. It's very normal. Yeah. I'm kind of a new player. Would be better to focus on one character first? Yes, I think so. Of course, try out different elite specs or different like builds, and if you like, for example, Mesmer, try out Mesmer. If you like something else, go for something else. But at some point you should focus on one character and one like journey to get to level 80 and try to progress the gear, because if you always play different characters, you will never reach, so to say, the end game. And when you reach the end game with one character, you can actually get a very fast leveling process as well, which is obviously what you want for the second characters as well. So in my opinion, yes, focus on one character first and then slowly go from there. But in the beginning, especially in the first 10 levels, you can try out different classes to see what actually fits your playstyle. Yeah. What's the first build you are looking to give when you reach level 80? I'm not completely sure. Maybe some kind of like DPS Chronomancer. It's definitely a Chronomancer build. I'm not completely sure which Chronomancer it will be, if it will be a DPS Chronomancer or Healing Chronomancer. But one of those two, maybe even both of them, because I can get Celestial Gear from the level 80 boost. Oh, I'm almost full here. I can get that from the level 80 boost, which is obviously really nice. And yeah, I'm not completely sure what else I will get. Maybe, yeah, maybe a full healing build and a full DPS build would make sense, something like that. Yeah, I will see. I will obviously update you there as soon as I get there. Wait, where are they? Here's the quest. Oh, it's the Dredge. Okay. Welcome, Ra. Welcome. I'm good. Hope you're all doing fine as well. Hope you're all having a good Saturday. At least that's where I am. Okay. A lot of structures. Structures can be a bit annoying because they have a weird hitbox sometimes. And also can't be crit in Guild Wars 2. At least some of the structures can't be crit. So we take it as fast as we can get down. Does the pre-order stuff ever go to Gemstore after some time? So some of it can, or you can get it someplace else, but some of the stuff that is specific, like the title, you will never get any other way. So yes, some, for example, the weapon skins typically are available through other methods, but if you want to get, for example, I'm pretty sure the mount skin and the title itself for pre-ordering will never like go back in the Gemstore, or ever come out in the Gemstore for that matter. So depends on what you are after, but some of the stuff yes, some of the other stuff not. Yeah. Looking to get into World vs. World, would you say your roaming tier list from months ago is still up to date? Yeah, typically all the tier lists are up to date if I don't have released a new one. It's really, one of my main goals when there is a balance patch is getting all the tier lists up to date, which means that I will make a new tier list as soon as it's necessary, as soon as there is something that I need to update. But yes, the roaming tier list is in my opinion still up to date. I'm missing one more heart, but it's apparently not on the map. I didn't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, Amalgam will be really fun. Like, Amalgam will be very, very fun when it comes out, and probably also very, very strong. So I will see. I will see if I can get an engineer on this account as well, because if that's really like a very, very strong spec, maybe that's something that I need to play on this account. But for now, I will play Mesmer. And I have not pre-ordered the expansion on this account. So I will see when I will get to the expansion content with this account as well. But it will probably take a while. You know, there's so much stuff to do in the core game and with the old expansions that I might not get there at the first time of there. And I think it's also not that important to get to expansion content with the Zero to Hero challenge, because that's obviously for new players also not the first thing that you will get probably. Okay. No, it put me into combat. I just wanted to go to a different map. Okay, there we go. Next map. Dredgehound Cliffs, I think. That's the next one. Okay, level 64. Very good, very good. Started Heal Chrono as well, really fun to play. Currently practicing low tier fractals. People are allergic to my boons and heals and standing further away. Yeah, that's always one thing that people don't understand. Nice, a key. Yeah, so that people don't understand in Guild Wars 2 when they first started playing is that it's very, very important to stack on top of each other, even if you're range build. So that's something that new players struggle with, of course. So I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Ooh, an exotic sword. That's crazy. What else do we have here? Some more equipment to equip. Not that good. New spear, very good. More damage, very nice. And that's it. Okay. Salvage everything to get some space. And oh, it's only level 60. Then it doesn't matter which salvage kit I use. Okay. Still so full. I need a vendor. Sad. There's actually quite some nice things to sell here. Actually, I get some money here. It's good. Okay, Blackline chest. If I'm lucky, I could get something really valuable from the Blackline chest. You know, the Blackline chest is some kind of loot boxes in Guild Wars 2, if you don't know. And you can preview them, and then there's some really rare drops here, like super rare. And those are like multiple legendaries worth. If I would be lucky, then I would get that and then sell it and get a really big money influx, but that's not very likely. You need a key for that in the chest. The key can drop from a map completion. The boxes drop from random enemies, or you can buy it from the TP. The keys you can't buy. So that's a very valuable item. We will open that at some point in the stream here as well. Okay, let's catch up on chat. I just got my first set of infinite tools. What glyph would you recommend from the selector? Probably Glyph of Volatility. It's the most flexible one, I would say. It's like very, very flexible, because you just get, how's it called? Volatile Magic. And Volatile Magic is just such a like always good thing to have. I would recommend that one. But there's another one that you can get. You can get the faster gathering one, which is called Glyph of Industry, or you can get the Glyph of Reaping, which means that you can gather all the things that are in a small AoE around you as well. So you just have to do one swing and you will get like 10 things if there are multiple ones of them. Stuff like that can be good, but I think in general the most amount of gold that you will get typically is with the Volatility one. Yeah. Because it's just converted to tier 6 materials with the vendor and then sell the tier 6 materials or use them yourself. DPS then, Guard or Ref for Condi. Both of them work fine as Condi. Then I would choose the one that you like more. I think Condi Willbender is amazing. Condi Firebrand is amazing. Both of them are not that easy to play though. And Condi Renegade is one of my favorite builds. I just released a build guide about that like 2 days ago or something. So I think Renegade is very easy to get into and in my opinion very, very fun and strong. So maybe Guardian is a little bit challenging to play as a Condi build, but I think both of those classes are very fun and very strong. Choose the one that you enjoy the look of more. It's completely fine. Yeah. How did you end up with just 10 gold? I started a new account. That's like the 0 to hero here. That's why I have 10 gold. And I'm actually quite happy that I have 10 gold, you know, starting it from scratch with a new account with 400 achievement points and already having 10 gold is not too shabby, to be honest. I'm actually quite happy not having level 80 and I'm already at 10 gold. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, sometimes that's a little bit weird, yeah, with the aggroing of the mobs. That's true. Sometimes that feels a little bit weird. Okay, there are a lot of enemies here. That's cool. That's good. A lot of quest progression. Are there any random RNG drops in PvE activists such as World Bosses or Fractals? So I would say in most old content, not really. In newer content, you have some really cool drops that you can get, like infusions, which then either are really cool items to have or just to sell on the TP because they might be expensive. So yes, that is the most rare drop that you can get. That is very exciting. And of course, if you're really lucky, Blackline chest keys have a chance from any mob in the open world, as far as I know, to drop. Yeah, I got like in my whole lifetime on Guild Wars 2, I got like, I don't know, maybe 5 keys or something like that. So you can get some random Blackline chest key drops, which are obviously really nice because they just give you a really decent amount of chance of getting something really, really valuable. Obviously, for me as someone that is very unlucky in Guild Wars 2, probably not gonna happen, but yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Cliff of Bounty can also be really good. It depends. Cliff of Bounty gives you another chance of like another strike of gathering. Can be really good depending on what you want to gather. If you gather something that is not that expensive, then it's not that good. But if you gather something that is very valuable to you, either because it's account bound or you really need that specific item a lot and it's quite expensive, then it's really, really good. Yeah, definitely. Good point, good point. Yeah, you can also get, there are so many glyphs that are good, but I think if you are a new player and don't know what to do with it and why it's good, then I think volatility is just the best option, like straight up in terms of gold. But yeah, you're right, there could be Crucible, there could be others that are just giving you some random ore or random, there's an herbalist which gives you some random herbs on top of that. That can all be really good, but as a new player, I would say it's probably the safest bet if you go for something that is actually always good and not depending on the market, or not that much at least. And that's, for me, Glyph of Volatility. Is Dragon Hunter the only elite spec in the game that can only be built in a specific power DPS? No, there is another one. For example, you can only play Spellbreaker as power DPS, you can only play Bladezone as power DPS, but you can also play it as power Alacrity DPS, Bladezone that is. But there are also builds like Scourge that can only be played Condi. But yeah, so that's actually a very small niche. Holosmith is also not being played as a support. So some builds cannot be played as a specific support. Some builds cannot be played as a Condi build or a power build. But Dragon Hunter is one of the rare exceptions, like I mentioned with Spellbreaker, that can only be played as power DPS. They don't have any support options. They don't have any other Condi options or something like that. Power DPS is the only viable way. Yeah, that is true. That happens. That is not the most like interesting one for sure to theory craft at least. It's a fun spec, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying this might not be the most interesting one if you want to play one spec and play different builds on it. Dragon Hunter does have some different builds, but they're all powered. Yeah. Good morning, good morning. Renegade, I would play as a Condi Renegade. Power Renegade is only working in Fractals as a Alacrity DPS or a full burst DPS if you know what you're doing. But in most fights, I would recommend going for Condition Renegade. It's a very, very good spec, very fun. Yeah, very good. I wish they reworked the Alacrity on Renegade. Yeah, I think Renegade is one of the specs that I expect to get some kind of rework to how it's supposed to work in PvE. Because they made one of the weird changes with the last balance patch that Renegade got was that we got some kind of healing buff on one of the traits. And for me, that's like implying that they want to make Renegade as a healer viable. You know, the new elite spec, Conduit, is not a healer. So I think maybe they make Renegade a healer and say the condition DPS is Conduit. That's what they want to do. Maybe that's the way they do it. I have no clue, to be honest, though. Could be like, maybe not, maybe they do. I have no clue, really. Their balance team did a rather good job, in my opinion, in the last few months, but I can't like judge what they will do and what they won't. Yeah. I fell in love with Hammer of the Warrior, but I always see the over one-handed stuff as Axis meta. Yeah, one-handed is really good with the new trait, or with the rather new trait with the rework that you get more attack speed on one-handed weapons. But Hammer is still completely fine. There is a really strong power DPS Spellbreaker build with Hammer, and it's very good. A lot of CC, you can also play that one for sure. I've really bad luck with chests, opened 30 and got absolute garbage the whole time. Yeah. I can tell you, I opened 2,000 of them. And I mean, you can watch the video on my YouTube channel if you want to know more about this, how it is ended. But yeah, the chests is RNG based. That's the whole thing. What spec do you recommend for a new player wanting to do power DPS damage and fractals? So every single class, except with a very few exceptions, can be played power DPS. And the best ones in fractals, if you're really tryharding, is Soul Beast and Dragon Hunter. If you want to have a safe bet, then I would say going for Power Virtuoso is a good choice. Power Scrapper is a good choice. There are a lot of good choices, really good choices. And you should just choose the one that you actually enjoy the most. So tell me the class that you want to play, and I can tell you a power build that works very well for it. Like every single class has that. Like refreshing the food, very good. It's a really good spot. You have your bank, merchants, and crafting at once. So if you don't have any, like, how is it called? Mistlock pass and that kind of stuff. So the VIP passes, because those are the best spots if you want to have the bank and that stuff together. Then there are multiple spots, like I think, for example, you can go to Eye of the North if you have that unlocked, where the strike missions start. There is a decent place, and you can also be in Divinity's Reach. I think in the south part, it's also not too bad there with the bank there, at least in my opinion, or Ratasum, in my opinion, is also not too bad if you don't mind the verticality of it. I think there are multiple cities that are actually decent for it, but the best things where you're really, really, really close together all the time are the VIP passes, like the Mistlock Sanctuary Pass and all those good ones. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mason. My internet just crashed. I think it was the day before yesterday, yeah. And it's just like at some point the connection was lost, and like the whole internet went down and didn't come back in the next half an hour or so. So I was just not able. I was just not able to come back to the stream. So I'm really sorry, and I could also not inform you. So what can I do? Next time, I guess, if that happens, you know, that's the internet. That's not, I'm just saying I'm rage quitting. No. I would never do that. It's just internet connection was lost. I'm very sorry for that. But sadly, that happens sometimes. Apparently, at least. Yeah, I opened 2,000 of them. Yes, was a big goal of mine at some point. You can watch the whole video on YouTube. It's just look for 2,000 Blackline chest key opening. You will find it there. It's a good watch for sure. I rushed level 80 and just finished PUF. Only the story, not all the maps, and was wondering what's the best course for me to get gold in order to get the Griffin. I would say try strike missions and try fractals if you like group content. If you don't like that, I would say try some meta events and open world bosses and stuff like that to get some gold. This is the typical thing that you would do if you want to get gold. You will see that in my journey as soon as I reach level 80 as well. We are already at level 65, so we are getting there. But you will see that on my account here as well. You can just follow along, so to say, on the 0 to Hero challenge. Yeah, it's actually crazy that Spellbreaker is in PvE not played as a support at all. It's really crazy. Even though this whole design of the class is meant to be played as some kind of support, this is like completely not the case. It's like you can't. It's just impossible in PvE. It's crazy, definitely crazy. Yeah, power Renegade in Fractals is amazing, but only in Fractals. That's the important part. Don't play power Renegade in any other content where you are not sure if you can burst the boss down before your burst ends, because that's really like the main thing. That's the main thing here. If you play a bursty build that has very bad sustained DPS after the burst is over, which is power Renegade, then you should not play it in a fight that is like longer than 10 seconds or something, or at least 20 seconds. What's the best build for Mirage and Fractals? I would say Condi DPS Mirage. It's surprisingly strong in all Fractals because you have a rather bursty condition spike, and it's a very high DPS build. It reaches 50k DPS almost. It's really strong. It's not the easiest build. It's probably one of the hardest builds in the game, but this would be my suggestion. Oh, that was close. Yeah, what can I say? Living in Germany and the internet connection. I was still using yellow or green pieces. Yes, for this leveling, I'm using like whatever I get. I think it's not worth it for a new player, new account to actually level with anything else than just the gear that you get during the leveling process. I think it's absolutely unnecessary. And you can see I still kill this stuff very fast because I have the right build and the right like stuff equipped here. It doesn't really matter to me. And as soon as I hit level 80, I will get some gear. You can, of course, purchase some exotic or rare ones if you really wanted to, but I think that's really not necessary because you will out-level the gear anyway, you know. As soon as you reach level 80, yes, get that, but beforehand, nah, it's not important. You level so fast in Guild Wars, it's really not too bad. You can get the Bloodbound weapons. I mentioned that in some part of the earlier stream as well. There are some weapons that you can purchase for provisioner tokens only. So it's not the easiest to acquire for a new player, but you can get those and they will level with you or they will increase the stats with you, so you don't have to change them. But it's, in my opinion, not necessary. It's definitely not necessary. You can see I'm making my progress here even though I don't change my gear ever and my gear is heavily underleveled. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Do you think Windy would be a good 1-on-1 class for World vs. World roaming? Yeah, Windy is very good. It's a very skillful build, but it's extremely strong. Like, extremely strong in 1-on-1s. It's not the easiest class, like I mentioned, but I think if you like a challenge and if you just want to outskill the opponent, that's one of the best choices, yeah. I've always wondered, can you play Mesmer in open world like Lord Heisen plays his Vindicator basically in his Invincible? Yes, you can do that. Mesmer is a little bit worse than this Vindicator build. I have a guide about Condition Chronomancer that is like very good. Oh, I don't have to kill those. I have to kill the Sons of Svanir, okay. Yeah, so it's possible to make a very tanky solo build for a very high DPS and tanky solo build for Mesmer. Like I said, Condition Chronomancer, that's the best build. You can check it out. I have a guide about it on my YouTube channel. It's really fun and really good. Yeah, the cool part is in Guild Wars 2 nowadays with the balancing, almost every single, yeah, it's really crazy. Almost every single class, elite spec actually, has a very strong solo build. I have a whole playlist for solo builds and every single class is there except Weaver. And Weaver, I will, slight teaser, release a video about it next week as well. And then I have every single class a very strong solo build. Yes, some of them are better than others. And that is just normal in balancing in games. But there exist solo builds that let you solo bounties and like hero points easily, and some of them are even so strong that you can solo raid fights and stuff, or fractal CMs. Yes, that exists, and it's really good. Exactly. The idea is as soon as you reach level 80, get some exotic pieces, and you should easily get through tier 1 fractals, and then you can slowly get some ascended gear as well. That's the whole progression idea here for me as well. I will get some exotic pieces to get enough damage and healing, whatever I'm playing, to progress through the tier 1 fractals and get some good loot there, and also have the chance, of course, to get some ascended pieces. That's the whole idea. Mesmer would be improved massively by having clones not disappear after they die. After your target dies. Yeah, that's a weird like interaction that they are target bound, so to say. But the cool part is with Virtuoso and Troubadour, this will not happen. So this is exactly what you asked for, so to say. And I think if you enjoyed this kind of playstyle without having to be really nice, the event is up. Really good. If the event is up, we get a lot of like progress through the heart here. But yeah, I think Troubadour and Virtuoso might be the one then for you, because they don't have that problem. Yeah, Rival Warrior might not be the best choice in PvE or in general, yeah, sadly. I just started working. My Obsidian armor seems a lot more expensive than the other legendary set. Would you say it'd be more worth to buy or craft motivations? They are so expensive. So it depends what kind of player you are. So if you like to be very efficient and don't waste any gold on things that you don't need, you can spend a lot of time, just time, on getting Rift Essences, and you don't need to purchase a single motivation. But if you are someone that wants to get the stuff done really fast and don't want to waste time on more rift hunting than necessary, then yes, motivations might be worth it. So it's like, consider the time or the money, one of the things you have to spend in the game. That's the whole idea on the motivations and the rift essences. Understand I'm getting too ahead of myself, but I'm practically playing this game exclusively for the Griffin. Yeah, I mean, the Griffin is a really cool mount. It's very unique and it makes sense. And it's a nice goal to have. You know, it's always good if you're a new player and have a specific goal in mind. That always helps you to stick to the game. If you just do what you currently find, that can be fun, but you might not play the game in the long run. So definitely a good idea to have a goal in mind. Yeah, clones in Guild Wars 2 can be weird. Sometimes they survive, sometimes they don't. They get some kind of like specific damage reduction buff, so they are not like instantly one-shot because they have very little health in PvP. But yeah, it's a weird interaction and definitely not for everyone. But it's a very unique interaction. I like the idea of having something that is like distracting, confusing the enemy. I think that's a really cool idea. Okay, we're slowly getting there. Maybe this are also in there, in the range. Very good. Yeah, Chronomancer has definitely a problem for that you have to upkeep your clones and stuff to get the best amount of damage and wounds out. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. But I think that's also something that is like good in terms of a design decision. Yeah, you want to design your game in a way that not every single class is very, very strong in every single way, because you want to have advantages and disadvantages for specific classes and use cases, and that they are somewhat balanced in a way that you say, okay, at this specific boss, this class is good, and on this specific boss, this is really good. I think that makes sense in my opinion. So that's good balancing. Is Celestial Gear viable in Fractals? Yes, very much. Just be aware though, the Celestial Gear is typically filling you or putting you in the healing role, because as a Celestial Healer, you can deal some damage while also healing and providing a boon. This is really typical. I have like specific guides for Celestial Gear builds, and they are really good. Sadly, you can't play every single spec as a healer with alacrity or quickness. Therefore, you can't play Celestial in Fractals to be the healer all the time. But for starting in tier 1 Fractals, you can even go for Celestial Gear that you get from Booster Gear, for example, and play a DPS build that can work as well. I would not recommend it in the long run. Get the correct DPS gear like Berserker, Viper, whatever your build needs. But Celestial is a good starting place, and you can easily play that even in like high level Fractals in tier 4 and CMs if you're playing the healer role. Like, that's the important part. Don't play it as a DPS, play it as the healer role with Celestial. Yes, it's very good actually. do you use Spear for Power Chrono or is Greatsword still better? So both of them are completely viable. They are very close in DPS if you go for Power Chronos. I personally like to use Spear because it's more fluid and it doesn't have the weird interaction with the Greatsword too. But in general, I think both of them are fine. Play the one that you enjoy more. The range that you get from Greatsword is amazing, but Spear has more damage in an ideal use case. Celestial Heal Chrono in Fractals is... I will try to come up with a build that works like that, because that's probably the easiest gear for me to get is Celestial, because I have this level 80 boost, and level 80 boost of course gives you free level 80 exotic... how it's called? Exotic Celestial gear. So that is something to consider, but Celestial Chrono is sadly not really like a crazy good build. Celestial Mirage is amazing, but anything else than that on Mesmer with Celestial as a support, maybe Troubadour will come out, yeah, but I don't have that expansion yet, of course. So yeah, we will see if I can make it work. But it's definitely not the best Celestial build. There are way better ones. Yeah, you can play... Mesmer has so many flexibilities in terms of power weapons. You can go for sword, you can go for dagger sword, you can go for dagger focus, you can go for great sword, you can go for spear. Whatever you think is currently the best choice for you as a like what you enjoy, or what currently is the best for your specific situation. So if you need a pull in fractals, go for focus offhand. If you need a block or a little bit more damage, you go for the sword offhand. There are so many options. It's really like very, very cool to have so much flexibility on weapons. Not a lot of classes actually have that. Most of them are very locked into a specific weapon set. What level haven't you gotten to now? I'm at level 65 now. I will shortly reach level 66, and after that we hopefully reach level 80, maybe today even. We will see. We will see how fast we can progress. Getting quite good progress today, so far at least. And I mean, like I said, the leveling is not the most important part to me, because I will get the map completion anyway, which is the, so to say, the thing that I'm doing right now. And there we go, level 66. Between the 3 heavy armor classes, if I want to focus on raids, fractals, and world versus world circling, which one should I focus on? Oh, that's like a tough choice. All 3 of them are quite good. I would say Guardian is the most flexible one, so maybe go for Guardian. But that's just my choice there. I think Guardian is overall the best in all game modes. If you like Mesmer and Guardian from all classes, probably overall the best. And if you are only playing heavy armor classes, I would probably focus on Guardian, because you have really good world versus world Zerg capabilities with Firebrand, Dragon Hunter, even Willbender, and Core Guardian. For roaming it's good. For PvP it's has very decent builds there. And for PvE, of course, it's one of the kings in terms of flexibility, what you can do. But choose the one that you like. I think all of them are very, very capable of being flexible and used in all game modes. Some of them are better than others, that's fair. Wait, what? No, we have to get the dredge out of the cave. Okay, I guess then we will do that. Where are they? There are some, okay. Okay, we are done. Very good. To be honest, Dragon Hunt is so boring. I played it too much. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everyone, but that's the cool part nowadays, that we have so many elite specs that you can just find the one that is actually that you like. There are so many. Currently we have 27, and there will be 36 with the next expansion if you exclude the core classes. So there is so many different builds and playstyles to play in the game. It's actually crazy. I love power. Does Power Mirage work with Dagger? It works, yes, but typically you play on a Power Mirage, you would probably play Greatsword and Spear, both of them. I think that's what you would play. But it works, yeah. I have 2 swords. I need to craft 2 legendary swords, right? Yeah. If you want to use sword, you have to run 2. You have to get 2 legendaries for that. Yeah, that's how it works. You can't use the same legendary in multiple places. The same goes for the spear. So if you want to use the legendary spear underwater, you have to craft it once, and if you want to use it on land, you have to craft another one. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense, Shifty. Makes sense. I saw Discretize use Sigil of Paralyzation weapons for heal chrono. Is that for CM Defiance Break optimization? Yeah, in general, if you're playing a healer, I think if you can upkeep the boons and the healing without having to use, for example, Transference is almost always guaranteed because it increases your healing output by 10%. That's just too good to drop. But if you can get enough boon uptime that you don't need to use Concentration, which gives you 10% boon duration, then the best choice for healer is always to get more Defiance Breakbar damage. Because like, not only in CMs, in all fractals and in all raid bosses and stuff, there are some kind of CC things happening, and then getting more Defiance Breakbar damage, whatever, is always good. And therefore, that's why you would go for the Sigil. So if you can keep up the boons or get to 100% boon duration even without Concentration Sigil as the second choice, then you would always go for Paralyzation. Yes. Okay. Can we do the cheese? No, we can't do the cheese. So we need to go back there. Maybe we can still do it. So if you are having a bunny, you can actually use the bunny to block those shots of those things here very efficiently and get the quest progression. Come on. Shoot. You see, if they shoot and I block it with this projectile bubble or something, I get quest progression. And I don't have to kill anything for this one. They just have to shoot a lot. Come on. Don't let me down. Yeah, I can definitely understand it. I'm also not like the biggest fan of DH. I play most of the Guardian specs actually way more often than I play DH. DH is okay, don't get me wrong, it's a fun spec for people that like the class design of it, but I'm not the biggest fan. What's your opinion about Power Reaper all around? I think Power Reaper in PvE is amazing. In competitive modes, I think it's not that good. In competitive modes, it gets heavily outclassed by Condi Reaper, but as soon as you play in PvE, Power Reaper is really cool. It's not the best DPS build, but it's one of the tankiest DPS builds, and that can be good enough for most people to play it. And it's also very, very cool in terms of like how the class fantasy plays. I think it's one of the coolest class fantasies in the game. Does underwater gear affect your stats on land? No, it does not. So you can run a white underwater headpiece or aqua breeder or however it's called, and it will not affect you unless you're underwater. Thanks, Gamel Gamer. Thanks a lot for this Prime. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Rival 4 is still a stun, I think, but F3 is a daze. Yes, that is true, but you really want to run as much like Defiance Breakbar damage on a support as you can do. It's really like very important. Okay, now we have to do the jumping puzzle. That's a little bit annoying, to be honest. It takes a while. Hopefully I will not fail. I'm not the best at jumping puzzles, but let's try. Okay, going up. Windy has been a revelation for me. Having a blast, that's perfect. That's what we want. Yeah, Vindicator is a very fun spec if you enjoy this kind of dodging playstyle. I personally like it a lot, but I know people that hate it. So I personally think it's a fun spec. You should definitely try it. And maybe you're one of the people that actually enjoys it a lot. Okay, jump. Very good. Jump. Getting up. You do need a matching rune for Aqua Breeder though, and if you run Bloodlust in World vs. World or something, yeah, exactly. So there are some weird interactions. So if you want to get the 6th bonus from a specific rune set, you have to run 6 runes here, and the Aqua Breeder replaces your headpiece. So you want to have the 6th rune here as the 7th rune as well. And for weapons, if you use on land some kind of stacking sigil, so like Bloodlust or anything, or bounty or whatever, that gives you some kind of stacking progress, like more power if you kill more enemies. This will go away if you not have any underwater weapon with this equipped as well. So you have to be really careful there. This is the most important jump. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. No, I didn't want to go here, okay. Yeah, so you have to be really careful and equip at least one underwater weapon that has the same sigil so that you don't lose the stacks if you go underwater, if you play that. It's not very, like, not a lot of people do that anymore. In World vs. World more than other game modes, but in PvE it's not really commended that much anymore. 36 specs is pretty crazy for an MMO. The possibilities, yes, that's the cool part about this. Did I interact with this one? Double check. I'm not sure if I did because I don't want to go back. Yes, I did. Very good. But yeah, it's crazy. That's why I like Guild Wars 2 so much. The build crafting is amazing. You have so many different builds that you can try out, and most of them are actually good. That's the cool part. There are so many good specs out there. How much damage loss can I expect if I don't use food enhancement effects? So that's obviously quite hard to say. It depends a bit on the build. You know, there are some foods that are giving you huge, like insane amount of damage buffs, and if you don't use them on a specific build, you lose out crazy. But if you are playing a normal DPS build like Power, it's like, I would say, 5 to around 5%, I would say. That's what you can expect. 5 to maybe 10%, depending a bit on the build. And don't forget, food is like, you don't have to use no food. If you just want to be on a budget, you can use a cheaper food as well. That is also always worth considering. So if you don't want to use the 40 silver food, you can easily just use the like 2 silver food, and it's still better than having no food by a long shot. So this is what I would say rather recommend. But I know some people like hate this like temporary buff thing to manage. That's also worth like saying, yeah, of course, if you don't like that, then it's fine if you don't use any food, but it's definitely a big DPS loss. You know, some builds lose 15% of the DPS. I'm not joking, 15 if you don't run the correct food. So that is obviously very, very much. Like, you would not want to have that if you're playing any DPS build. It's like 15% is huge. PvP is good if you like to sip tea between the time presses. Yeah, sometimes you have to queue very, very long. That is true. PvP will become even more complex. 30-man buffs are a bit short. Yeah, I mean, you can use the, how's it called, metabolic primers and stuff, where you can extend it to 12 hours, and then you don't have to ever, like, think about it again. But it's definitely, like, it's definitely not for everyone. I know people that hate this kind of mechanic of temporary buffs, but I actually think it's okay if, as soon as you, like, get accustomed to it. There are worse things. But yeah, PvP will get more complicated with the new specs coming up as well. 36 specs, so you have a lot of things to understand. But that's just Guild Wars 2 PvP in a nutshell. A lot of things to understand, I would say. That's just how it goes. If I run my instance group content, I always use food enhancement. It's just for golem training. Ah, okay. Yeah, of course, that makes sense then. Then I would say it's obviously a little bit hard to give you a specific number. So if you're training and you get like 5 to 10% less DPS, that's probably then because of the food. But it's really hard. Some builds get really high value from food where others don't. It depends a bit on the build. So I can't give you a specific, like, guaranteed this is like exactly 2k DPS. This is sadly not possible. Yeah, the birthday cake is a very, very cheap food that you can use. It's definitely not bad, but there is no DPS build, with one exception, I think, that uses this. So keep that in mind. If you want to get the most amount of, like, damage, then typically don't use the cheapest food. But yeah, it's not necessary. Most content, or almost any content in the game, is not requiring you to use food. Of course, it's just improving. I would always say, if you don't mind it, use the cheapest one that you have available, because it's just, you know, you want to clear the content as efficiently as possible, and just adding one double click to your, like, starting of the fight every 30 minutes or something, that's not too bad. If you don't use the most expensive food, it's also not expensive at all. So I think it's definitely worth doing, at least for me. I don't want to join a fractal group and someone says, no, I will not use my food, and then we will not get the kill by exactly 1%. That will not happen, but it might happen. So I think it's better to be safe and use some food to get a little bit more damage or a little bit more healing. Don't forget, you can also use it for healers. So that's my tip. If you use metabolic primer and enter SPVP, do you lose the food effect? I think you do. I think you don't. I think you lose the food effect, maybe, but you don't lose the metabolic primer, which is the way more expensive item. Exactly. Always come prepared in your instance content. You don't want to grief your other people. If you're solo, sure, do whatever you want, but I really don't want to grief my group. Oh my god, they trapped me. I might anyway demount. Ooh. Scary. The global cooldown. Yeah, that is true. Guild Wars 2 is very, doesn't have a global cooldown, and therefore the game is way harder to learn and somewhat more flexible how to play, but in my opinion, also quite fun because of that. Do you have a guide on best settings? So I have a guide on how to improve your, how's it called? Your frames. You can check that one out as well, yeah. Specific, my settings, I would always recommend my settings for people that are not sure what they can use, but it depends a bit on the PC. So for example, I like to go for medium here and effect LOD off when I'm in PvP, and in PvE I activate effect LOD because effect LOD is one of the settings that is I can also open that again and just you can have a look at it. But I have a settings guide where I talk about all the graphic settings, about everything. You can just, it's actually a very concise video where I talk about every single setting and tell you what you should use and what you should change. It's on my YouTube channel, yeah. I can recommend it to new players. It's very important to have the settings correctly set up because it actually drastically changes how you interact with the game. So can definitely recommend watching this video, of course. Sorry for the self-promotion, but I think that's definitely worth doing. I have to kill these guys. Oh my god, they do so much damage. Okay, now we can catch up on chat. I'm at 33k with Power Daredevils. Now Gross is at 42k, so there's still room to improve. Yeah, I think most people will not reach the benchmark number. You know, I'm someone of, I would say 80 to 90% if you have the perfect gear is for most people good enough. But of course, if you want to grind it and want to master a class, then of course it makes sense to say, okay, this is not the benchmark number, I have to get there. But I would say if you reach 90% of the benchmark on the golem, that's typically you're already very good. You understand the build quite well and then you will get it there. But of course 33 or 42 is not 90%, but that's just for me. If you are okay with having 80% or even 70%, that's okay as well. I would say you should aim for 80. That's what I would say the general direction. But that's just what I would recommend. At least to understand the build a bit. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, you want to use some food so that you actually don't grief your group and showcase, even if it's the cheapest food available, that you are actually prepared and actually are willing to engage with the content and are not only there to get the loot and don't care about anything that the other people might feel. Yeah. Yes, Snow Bleach. Yeah. Scepter Dagger, full Berserker Power Tempest, press everything off cooldown, 40 DPS. Yeah, exactly. There are some builds that are very, very easy and the rotation is really, really easy to learn. But some builds are not that easy and you can still play them. That's the cool part. You just have to accept that some of the builds you need more training on the specific class or specific rotation. And some builds, for example, I had some builds that I can try and get to the 80%, 90% benchmark very, very fast. Within 1 or 2 tries, and then I have some builds where I need multiple hours to get there. It's just some people are different, some builds are different. It's just how it is. Okay, I have to be careful here. I don't want to fall down because then I die. There's a mastery point. Can I get that already? Let's check that out. I'm not sure. I have not leveled in the ever in Corteria, so. Let's see if I can get the mastery point, even though I'm not level 80 yet. That would be cool. Then I don't have to come back to this one. Yeah, I think it's actually possible. Cool. I think even made a video about it. I would just swap out focus for dagger. It's easier. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, if you feel like something is easier than something that I mentioned in my video, most of the time it's worth it to swap for you. Yes, you might not deal the perfect damage, but that's okay. That's what, like, you should improve the build in a direction that you actually want to play it. Oh my god, can I not jump over this? So that's what I would say. Always grab the build that is perfect for your playstyle, even if it might not be the most optimal choice for like objectively, but in my opinion, it's definitely a good choice to do that. Always, if you understand the build, if you know what you're doing, then it's actually a good choice to switch up some weapons or some choices in the build, like traits or even utility skills. It's always good. Makes you a better player, in my opinion, to adjust to the situation or to your playstyle. That's such a long way just to get to the Vista. It's actually crazy. And if they knock me down here, I die. So I have to be really careful. So if you're wondering why I'm jumping, that's a really, really weird interaction. Like the sword 4 that works for a lot of blocks in the game, or a lot of channeled casts. If you use something that has a cast time, like the block here, the sword 4 block, that would only block a single attack in the game. Yeah. So I block the attack and then I will get my counter attack. This is how this specific thing interacts. But, and now we get to the weird part, but you can get multiple blocks with this 4 skill. You see, I'm still blocking because I was jumping. Why is that? Because I can't do the counter attack. Come on, we get this, we got this. Because I can't get the counter attack, I get multiple blocks out of that skill. And in the end, that leads to me, oh my god. Oh, I have to be really careful. The cannon shooting from range is also not helping, to be honest. Let me out of combat, come on. Okay, there we go, finally. Yeah, so you can jump and have multiple blocks with this to not cast the after attack. So that's really weird. You see, again, I have still the block up. That can be helpful in some situations, but it's really something that is like a try-hard move to do, especially in PvP. That can be very, very weird to do. But it's cool. It's a cool interaction, and Mesmer has a lot of skills like that. Shield works the same, but in a different way because you spawn the illusion a little bit later or don't spawn it at all. But yeah, there are some weird interactions with that. Very weird interactions. Just some interesting information here. Not really mattering to like anyone, but still. Okay, we're almost done. Let's catch up on chat. I will call it now. See you. Remember it? Second or third part of Visions of Eternity Trident will become an Overlord weapon. That would be so cool. That's really cool. That's so good. Good idea. I'm not sure if they will actually make that happen. I think the people would either be really upset or would be really happy to get more underwater weapons. So we will see if we get a trident, but definitely a fun idea. I like that one. Reddit, I like that one. Yeah, sometimes sounds can be weird. I think that's really interesting. I don't play the game most of the time that much with sound. You know, I'm more focused towards having some background, either video playing or I'm talking to you in chat or I'm listening to some music. But I definitely can understand that some weapons, especially for example, if a specific skins equipped, like the Dreamer or like Quip, they can be very annoying. So I'm definitely with you there. I think you should always choose a weapon that you actually enjoy the playstyle of and not choose something just because it's the best and you hate it to play it. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome. That's good if you like the series. More to come. It's a long ride. This is day 5 of this journey, and I release like 2 videos or something about it per week. That's my goal. So yeah, more to come. At least until the expansion drops. That's the idea. What DPS meter to download from Blish? So Blish Hut doesn't have an DPS meter, or at least it's not allowed in that regard. So now we have to do it this way. So Blish Hut is a very good add-on, but for a DPS meter, you would use Arc DPS. So I have a guide about Arc DPS on my YouTube channel. I have a guide about Blish Hut. You can check them both out. They are very detailed and let you know how to do it. Okay. But I would really recommend ArcDPS as the only DPS meter. There is no other DPS meter that you should get because that's the only one that is legal. Like ArcDPS is the only legal DPS meter as far as I know. All the others are not allowed or don't even exist. So really, really be careful with that. But I have a guide about it on my YouTube channel. Yeah. It's not hard to download at all. There is a guide and you just, even if you don't watch the guide, you would be able to download it, I would say. The important part about the guide is, in my opinion, that it also shows you how to interact with it and shows you how to make it nicely looking, because that's something that I would say is also quite important. You don't want to have an add-on that works but looks like disgusting and you don't want to watch or look at it. Then that's definitely something that I would like watch and see, talk about the guide as well. But I can definitely understand if you just want to download it, just use the website. Yeah. Yeah, always happy to help. Always happy to help. Come on, guys. Respawn. There they are. I need the scholars. Please come. Please come. They were hiding and now they came back after the event is over. That's good. Because I have to talk to them, or at least they have to be near the stone when I want to interact with it. And I have my add-on here that tells me which line I have to use. That's a very, very good cheat code. Very nice. Always, this is the second one. Wait, I did this one already. Okay. Yeah, there are some, I think it's, the sad part is there were some really cool add-ons before ArenaNet like said, no, those are not allowed. And they were not developed anytime after that, of course, anymore. But there were some really cool ones back in the old days. Like I'm not talking about something that is like strictly legal, but some competitors to ArcDPS. And they had a somewhat nicer UI, I would say. So it's a little bit sad that we don't have those anymore, but that's just how it goes. You know, ArcDPS is apparently the only one that we are allowed to use. That's what we have to accept at this point. That's the last one. Got a permanent crafting station contract from the level 10 quest key. Oh my god, you are so lucky. Congrats there. I really like say this is very, very lucky. Good job, good job. You have now a lot of gold. Should I wait till I have 350 gold to sell it or use it? I mean, it depends. If you want to get it in the future anyway, then it's definitely worth like saving. But I would say for most people, it's probably worth just selling it as soon as you have enough gold to actually sell it, to pay the taxes, because it's just such a huge gold influx that helps a lot. Like, but if you at some point want to get any like bank contract or the crafting station, it's definitely worth keeping, because of course you waste your money in the taxes then. Yeah. Kill the Wyvern metric and earn Brink without Skyscale and without pre-camping on the platform? Yeah, that's not possible. I mean, it depends if you are like in the middle of the night, maybe on a like completely like, I don't know, like dead map, maybe, but it's really hard. It's impossible to challenge nowadays. People just camp there nowadays, and without Skyscale, it's very hard to get there in time. That's true. It's a fun challenge though. Yeah. Did you see the in-game video player add-on? I actually did not see. I mean, yeah, it's not. I did see that ArenaNet has some kind of feature like that actually nowadays, but I have not seen that there is an add-on like that. That's actually quite fun that it exists. Because if I can maybe showcase that here in the gem store, there is this item. How's it called? Sky or something? Can I find it so? Like this? Yeah, exactly. And there is this video player in here now. You can watch a video here about how the sky looks. That's actually quite cool that you have that in-game, but I don't have the add-on for a video player. That's also quite fun. Okay, so I wanted to get some more map completion here. Speaking of logs, is there a website? Yes, it's called Wingman. It's Wingman, and you can compare your logs there and what people have, and you can also use DPS report to upload your logs. So those two are really, really good. And there is also a Discord server that you might want to check out. It's called Elite Insights for Guild Wars 2. And there you can actually find a lot of like comparison discussion and stuff like that. Those are really, really good. I repeat it again. It's called DPS Reports. That's one of the websites. Wingman is the other one. And the Discord server is called Elite Insights. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, the taxes in Guild Wars 2 with the trading post are a little bit annoying, but at least we have a really cool trading post. You know, the trading post is something that helps me a lot because I don't want to engage with direct player trading. I think that's one of the most like, nice. Good job. Good job. That's how you do it. Landing on the mine and instantly dying. Nice. Yeah, but the trading post in Guild Wars 2 avoids direct player trading. And therefore, for me, that's something that is very good. But if you want to avoid the taxes, you can actually easily go into the overflow trading post Discord. And then with that, you are actually able to avoid the taxes altogether. Then you just direct player trade. That works as well. Yeah, it looks a little bit weird, but it's definitely working and you see what you want to see there. Yeah, the permanent contracts are a really interesting thing, but I would not probably go for that on this account here. It's just such a huge gold investment. I think I will not go for that one. But it's interesting for sure that it exists. And I was also thinking about something else, but exactly. So yesterday we actually got the preview of the new homestead, and I watched it, of course, but I'm not that much of a homestead enjoyer, I have to be honest. But it's really cool what the features they will bring. There are really cool features coming at the next expansion to homesteads. So if you're someone of a housing person, this is really, really good for you. It's a really good like change to the homesteads systems. You can copy layouts and stuff. The island looks really good. I think it's a really cool upgrade to homesteads and the housing feature. So if you like that, really, really good. And I'm obviously someone that doesn't engage with the system at all, but I know that a lot of people are. So if you're one of those people, you have a great time ahead. Is the housing free, or do I have to get it somewhere like in Final Fantasy? It's free. You have to just unlock it via mastery and some story progression, but you don't have to like purchase some kind of estate or something. This is not necessary in Guild Wars 2, which is obviously really, really cool. You just have to just play the game and you will get it. You don't have to invest some money in the game. That's really nice. Really nice. And like I said, the new system will get even better. You can choose a different layout. Now it's like in the northern looking parts like the Kodan one, but it will get even like tropical, I would say, with the expansion one. Like you get a own island that you can load into. It's really cool. And then you can, of course, also change the house there and whatever you want to equip. And then the cool part is you can just copy and paste it, so to say, nowadays. You can just save the layout and you will get it on the other homestead as well. It's really, really cool. And there we go. I think this is the next map finished. Not too bad, not too bad. Level 67. And we can now go to... How's it called? Blood-Tide Coast. That's the name. Blood-Tide Coast is the next one. I also should probably go to a vendor first. That's also something. Nice, another key. Ooh, we got a streak going. 2 keys. Very good, very good. Not that bad, not that bad. Okay, so I need to clean my inventory. And then we can continue with the next map. Yeah, that's true. They could add new and existing weapons. They could do that. I think it's a little bit. It seems a little bit unlikely though, to be honest. Okay, I need that one. I sell those. But maybe at some point, maybe you're right that they add some existing weapons on top of that. Maybe. Okay, so this is something. Wait, we double check if we can sell something. We can sell the rune. Very good. And why is that 6 silver worth it? What? Okay. Okay, there we go. We have another booster that we can put in the bank at some point. And we check the gear if there's something that I want to equip. I guess this one is better than the other one, even though I don't like the stats of it. It's a spear. And keys, okay. A lot of junk that we don't need anymore. Slowly cleaning the inventory. I will catch up and chat in a second. Just let me finish this. Is there something that I can... No. Okay. There we go. Looks way better. Way better. A lot of chunk though. A lot of chunk. This one I got in the bank. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So let's catch up on chat. Is Homestead account based or character based? It's account based. It's account based. You can also see your different characters in there and your mounts if you save, if you put them there, and different skins and stuff. It's actually quite cool. It's a cool feature if you enjoy like housing in other games. Yeah, you need the expansion. That is true. At least I think it's good if they are iterating on the Homestead system. But personally, I can't be asked since the decorations are way too expensive. Yeah, that is true. The expansions, the just increasing or adding some new homestead things is very expensive. But if you enjoy housing, the system itself is actually really good, I would say. And it gets better with each like step. Yes, there are some issues, don't get me wrong, but some of those are actually really, they have a lot of like value there. So I think that you can copy your layout and stuff is amazing. That's such a good upgrade. Or that you can now delete like a lot of stuff at once. That's also very cool. Okay, so let's open 2 keys. You know, we could get really lucky. You know, I just want to clean my inventory. So open 2 black line keys. Very, very nice. Maybe we get some gold here. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Yes, let's see. Nothing good in this one. But at least the utility primer. That's what we were talking about earlier. Some material bag, okay. And then nothing again. Who would have thought? It's just... what is in there? Nothing too crazy, I guess. And sell that stuff. Get some more money that way. Not too bad, I guess. And put the rest in the bank, I guess. Ooh, it's a rare die. And it's not rare. Okay, we will use it then. So, we have some stuff here. Nothing too big though. You can sell that. You can also sell that. And that's good. Very nice. That's so much gold that we just got from the map completion stuff. Very nice. So we're getting there. We had 10 gold. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we wanted to go to Bloodtide Coast. That's the next goal. Honestly, I'd take the utility primer. I'm running very low on them. Yeah, I think those are actually items that are worthwhile getting, but of course on my new account I can't sell them, or you can't sell them ever, and I can't use them, or don't really have a use for them, but it's definitely a worth it item. On my main account I have way too many of those. I have like over 200 or something, because I opened 2000 blackline chests, but I think I don't use that item that often because I just swap my food all the time, like all the time. So it doesn't really match like my playstyle. But I can definitely see why people would use that. Yeah, the chests I would not recommend the chests. If you're not feeling lucky, I mean, this is not something that is worth like doing. It's really not. The chests are just something, I get the key, I can't sell the key, so I will open it. But I would never purchase a key on an account that wants to save up gold. It's just stupid in my opinion. Yes, someone in chat actually got the crafting bench, of course. But come on, how likely is that? Not very likely, I would say. So 12 hours of a single vid is worth it? For sure, it's absolutely worth it. But you don't, the thing is, you can't swap your like food ever after that. So you really want to know that this is the power DPS build that you're using all the time, and then you use the power red. That's it. You can't swap after that. But if you are willing to do that, or you know, if you know that you only play a specific build, then it's definitely worth it. Yeah, for sure. If I had a gold for every time I need an express bank contract, yeah, that is true. This is like, in my opinion, this is the only like very, very important permanent contract for me, is the permanent bank access. That's on my main account. Like, I use this item like when I play Guild Wars 2 every 10 minutes. I'll use it all the time. It's like a habit or something. It's crazy. It's so good. I would not know how to use my main account without this, to be honest. I use it on Mesmer since I mostly play power. Yeah, that makes sense. If you mostly play power, then of course, then it's okay. But I would say for me, as someone that plays healing, power, condi, whatever swaps around all the time, doesn't really help. It does not help. How can you open the perma bank? So if you put it in the shared inventory slot and you have the permanent bank access contract, which you can purchase from the TP, and you have to double click it for the first time and then it gets account bound. If you purchase that and get the item for, I don't know how much it is, it's very expensive right now. It's like, how much gold does it cost? Like at least, yeah, 6k gold. It's very expensive, but it's very worthwhile. As soon as you double click it, it gets account bound, and you can put it in your shared inventory slot, for example, and then you can use it on every single character and just double click it, and then you get the bank access wherever you are, with some exceptions. But yeah, it's really, really good. Can heavily recommend it. Yeah, it always fluctuates a bit how expensive it is. Oh, I got my first Ecto. Nice. And now I got all the achievements or the unlocks for the legendary. Nice, nice, nice. Because you all need Ectos for all of those. Very good. Let's just let them run down in time. But yeah, I think the bank contract is very expensive. It fluctuates in price, but it's, in my opinion, if you're a veteran player and don't have it yet, it's worth it. It's worth it because it's just a very, very valuable time save item. Like, really. So, are there any? We'll just collect the ROM, I guess. Okay. Welcome, Snowdrop. Welcome, welcome. Is it still morning? Is that the correct expression? Your sleep schedule. I know. For me, guaranteed wardrobe unlocks are the scariest. Always scared I get something that is easily farmable. Yeah, that was my main goal when I opened 2000 Blackline chests, is getting a lot of those guaranteed wardrobe unlocks, because I wanted to get all the items that are in there unlocked. So for me, it was not scary at all. I knew I might profit by using those items. But of course, if you don't have that all of them unlocked that are cheap, then it's definitely a... Oh, there are a lot of them. But yeah, definitely can be very scary to use if you don't get a like 1 silver skin. Or you could have gotten a 1000 gold skin or even higher. So yeah, it's an interesting item, interesting idea. I really like this concept. But yeah, ooh, they're all fighting. That's crazy. Big bar fight. No, oh no. There we go, a bit more. There are also single-use ones. Yeah, that is true, but of course those are... I would only use them as the last resort because they are single use, you know, so you waste it when you don't use it very efficiently. So I would say I never use them because I have the permanent one, of course. But if you really, really need some access to bank right now, they can be a lifesaver. So that's true. That is true. So I think I have to come back later because I don't have enough quest progression anymore. With what key do you open it on default? I think I might have it since it doesn't show me in the shop. So you need the Blackline chests you can purchase from the TP, you know, I just showed. But the key itself you can not purchase from the trading post. You have to go to the gem store, and it's called, you know, just Blackline key. Oops. Without a 1. There we go, Blackline key, and they are quite expensive. So one key costs on regular 125 gems. So this is the key that we were talking about. It's like it's a loot box item. If you really want to get it, sure, get it, but it's very expensive just for the raw gold. Would not recommend it for the gambling, for sure. It's morning again. Ah, very good. Makes sense. Do you recommend crafting, buying all the cheap skins? I mean, it depends what your goal is. If your goal is to unlock all the skins, especially with the guaranteed wardrobe unlock, yes, I think that's a very worth it goal. But if you don't care about using the skins, or if you don't care about getting all the wardrobe skins unlocked, then it's a gold waste. You know, I think a lot of people play the game and don't have enough gold for everything that they want to do. I think almost no person has enough gold in the game. And the thing is, you should spend the gold on stuff that you actually are willing to spend it on. So in the long run, that should also make sense for you. If you don't ever equip the skin and if you don't care about the guaranteed wardrobe unlock, then I would not purchase all the skins. You have no value from that. But I can definitely see, for me personally, it was very valuable because I went for the guaranteed wardrobe unlock. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's completely random. I would not recommend getting that. It's like, for a new player especially, it's just a gamble. I know people for a fact that have gotten very, very lucky and got multiple worth of legendaries out of that. Yes, you can get lucky, yes. I never got that lucky and I played the game for way too long. So maybe I'm just very unlucky. Maybe you will get lucky, who knows? But in either way, I think I would not recommend. It's on average, you will just lose money. That's the whole thing. Hello, there we go. Yeah, okay. We're not that bad today. 60% map completion, very good. Level 68. We are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Hey, they shot me down. Not good, not good. 7 months of Chrono Shell. Indeed, indeed, indeed. You're right, Snowdrop. I'm at least a little bit out of Chrono Shell because now I'm playing Core Mesmer. But yeah, thank you very much for the Prime. Really appreciate the long-term support. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, Chronomancer I expect to get out of jail with the next expansion. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Chronomancer will still be the best support after that and I will play Chronomancer forever. Who knows? I maybe should also equip now a different... I'm not sure. Maybe I should keep this healing skill because otherwise I don't have any Condi cleanse. Maybe I swap to this Signet. Maybe the Signet is the way to go. Do we have any other Condi cleanse that we can get? Could equip a torch in the offhand, to be honest. Maybe that's the way to do. That's one of the important things to do. Enter this Chantry of Secrets because it gives you one... Oh, I think they saved it, they fixed it. But this gives you some experience, so you should get in there. Even if you like just want to get the map exploration done, it gives you a little bit of more experience. And I think back in the old time you even hold a POI, which is very important for the map completion. Otherwise you're missing it and you don't find it because it's not on the map. It's really annoying. It's very secret, you know. I'm using the Tickets marker pack because it has a barefoot option. Otherwise I would use the Thieves one, that's the best one. Because this one gives you very, very good tips and the fastest ways. But this is currently the Tickets one in the Blish Hut and the Pathing module. Nice. Very good. Troubadour Jail coming up, yes. Or as the people actually call it, is the Bard Jail. No one calls it Troubadour, I think. It's so good that even the developers call it Bard. It's so good. Yeah, no problem. Always happy to help. Oh no, what do I need to do? I didn't read. Oh no, the cannons. What do I do? And... No. Oh no. It's a hero point. Almost. Oh, come on. What? That didn't hit? Come on, that was definitely a hit. Come on. How does it work? I thought I hit the head. That's what I needed to hit. What discounted? Okay. Weird. I don't get it. I don't get this hero point, to be honest. Okay, come on. Shoot the targets off the cliff. Yeah, I know. I think that's what I wanted to do, but it didn't. You know, that just flew straight through. Maybe I have to shoot on different ones with different cannons. I have to be honest, I never did this like in the last 10 years because I always skipped the hero points. Ah, okay, they are like, I'm missing one thumbs up. Okay, where's the last one? It should be this one. No, it may be this one. The right side. Very weird. Very weird. Some of them are apparently not the targets. I think that's too far. No, a little bit more. So I'm using the Tacket's pathing module. Nice, there we go. That was interesting. What do you think is the most satisfying melee class spec? Oh, it heavily depends on what kind of like class fantasy you enjoy. I personally really enjoy Willbender because it's very fast paced, has a lot of my mobility in there. But there are so many different ones, you know. I think, for example, Herald can be extremely fun with its swords. I think even Dagger Elementalist feels like extremely fun in my opinion. It just always depends heavily on what kind of class fantasy you actually enjoy. I personally like a lot of them, so I have so many different choices, but I probably would say Dagger Elementalist, for example, is amazing. I really like Willbender, but you can of course play a warrior as well. There are so many good melee builds out there. Runaway crap, don't run away. Have bare feet, yeah, something like that, yeah. After watching the Chante Wild story, yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, the hitboxes are definitely off, but it worked in the end, you know, it worked. That's the only thing that matters. If I get it after a while, that's good enough. I just don't like stuff that is completely bugged, and I can't get it. I think I did not break yet, but I can see that, you know, if you're a veteran and you don't like a specific part of the game, never interacted with it ever, then if in the 0 to hero, if you have to do it to get something done, yeah, I can definitely see why you would be very, very like close to breaking. I'm not there. Don't worry, I'm not there. I think Human Male Warrior is peak fantasy. It is the most creative way to play, I think, and I love it. Sure, I mean, everyone should enjoy the class fantasy or roleplay fantasy that they want to have, so I can understand that. Spear Vindicator, any good? Yes. So Spear Vindicator is very good as a solo build. It is not very good in all other situations, because Vindicator clearly favors power if you're going for group content, and Vindicator is just like Spear is clearly made for Condi in PvE. So it's just not working that well in terms of like synergies, but in a solo build, like I said, in a solo build it is amazing, because in a solo build you can run defensive and celestial and get very, very much value from getting the spear range and the nice condition damage as well. So in a solo build I highly recommend it. In PvE group play I wouldn't recommend it though. Do we get progress from those? No, we don't. Hammer Scrapper? Yeah, Hammer Scrapper, that's true. That's also a very good melee build. A very fun melee build, for sure. It's probably the most... Nah, I don't know. Sword is also quite fun on Engineer. But yeah, it's a good choice for sure. There are so many good melee builds. I think Guild Wars 2, the range combat is fun and all that, but I really think that a lot of the times it's like melee shines a lot in Guild Wars 2 in terms of like how much mobility you have, and it's also a lot of times considered to be a little bit higher damage, of course, because it's melee. So I think it's definitely something that is very, very well like implemented in the game. I like it a lot, and I had a lot of fun trying out different builds when I started the game. and especially melee builds were quite fun to play after you get the hang of it. You know, it's like definitely way more active, and there is, especially if you are someone that doesn't like visual clutter, there is a lot of visual clutter happening, especially if you're going, for example, for raid fights and stuff in melee scenarios and stuff. But like in Guild Wars 2 nowadays, or ever, always, you want to be melee anyway. You know, it's like there is no reason to stay at range. So yes, you might play a range build, but typically you are in melee anyway in PvE. So that's just how it goes, I guess. And therefore, I think there are so many builds that are very fun, even though they have some ranged weapon. You play them in melee. That's just how it goes. You know, even the greatsword here is a ranged weapon, but I use the 2 in melee range, stuff like that. It's Guild Wars 2 is really, even just the specific weapons design makes it so that you want to be in melee to some extent. Just how it goes. Yeah, exactly. A lot of circles on the boss. Yeah. I hate that stacking is mandatory. It takes the whole point of longbow and rival. I wish an MMO would emphasize on in branching out during fights instead of stacking. Yeah, I think it's really hard to make an MMO. And in Guild Wars 2, it's even harder to make this happen because like the boons, the healing and all that stuff. And how would you make a game that is like forcing you to stay apart from each other all the time, or at least most of the time, without making it somewhat artificial, you know, because a lot of the stuff is just by nature AoE. So does that mean you can't use it at all in specific games like that? I don't know how would that be implemented in that game. I really don't know. But I definitely see the point of criticism there. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, for me, I don't exactly know how you would do that. I really don't. But you know, I'm also not the developer of a game. Maybe someone has a cool idea here. What's the easiest class to complete all the storyline with without too much trouble? If you don't care about class fantasy, I think Reaper is one of the best ones. Like, Reaper is very, very easy. But if you are talking about one like core class, I think it depends what kind of gameplay you enjoy. But I personally like Necromancer is a very safe one. It's very like guaranteed you to survive because it's very tanky with the double health pool. But yeah, there are so many good ones nowadays. Like I said, Reaper might be my top choice for this, but just my choice. Can you explain the salvages? I have the copper fed one, but I'm confused about the silver and the rune crafter and the black line one. Okay, so I have a very concise guide about how to salvage what and stuff, but in general, like those salvage kits that I have here have limited usage, and you already have the copper fed one, which is, so to say, the one that is the cheapest. It costs only 3 copper to salvage, and you have infinite usage out of that one. And this gives you the least amount of materials, or the least value of materials out of that, but it's the one that you would use like in 90% of the cases, or 80% or something, because you just want to get some materials out. You don't care about if they are a little bit more like valuable, because the stuff is either not valuable at all or you have no chance of getting it anyway. So the rune crafters you would use on specific gear, like Master Rock gear or stuff like that, that has runes on it. So level 80 gear that has runes on it, you would use the rune crafter. That makes sense. Runes or sigils on there. Then you would use the rune crafter. The rare one is the silver fed. The silver fed is just convenience. If you want to salvage any exotics or rare items, then you would use the silver fed. And the black line salvage kit, you can't get an infinite version of that one. And the black line salvage kit has the best stats in general, but it's not really like you would not use it on most stuff other than maybe exotics or rare salvaging, because there is not a real other value than that. The only reason why you would use the black line salvage kit over anything else is because it guarantees you to give you the upgrade back. So if there is a force sigil, some expensive sigil on a weapon, and you salvage the weapon, you get the sigil without salvaging the sigil on top of that. And then you can sell the sigil again. So that would be the only reason why you would use the black line salvage kit. But that's about it. So I hope that makes sense. And like I said, if you want to have more concise or more accurate description of what I've just told you, you can just watch my salvaging guide on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. Exactly. Necro is really easy. Necromancer is really easy to play. Yeah, Power Renegade is not... Like, the thing is, I like Power Renegade, but it's definitely very burst focused. So if the fight takes longer than like, I don't know, 10-20 seconds, you are wasting a lot of your potential, because you could run like a Vindicator or something that has longer sustained DPS, but it's definitely a good choice, I agree. So it's easy, just get rid of targeted AoE at all. For example, like Herald's had quickness in a football stadium radius. Yeah, that could be a solution. That is true, it could be a solution. But I think in Guild Wars 2, this is not gonna happen ever. I really think that the game is in a state where it stays. It will not change like that. Maybe if we get some kind of addition to a new game, if we get a different MMO or something, yeah, sure. Then maybe we will get that. But not in Guild Wars 2 anymore. That's just not gonna happen. Just not gonna happen, sadly. Yeah, there are no tanks in Guild Wars 2, not really, with the exception of like 5 bosses or something where you really have to need a tank like Kadim 2 or something like that. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 doesn't really have this holy trinity, so most of the time you have the healer, which is also the tank. So there's this holy duet or something between DPS and the healers. So that's about it. Yeah, I almost have a guide for everything. And if you have any ideas what I should do a guide on, then let me know. I will try to make it happen. I really want to help new players in the game. If you have something that you don't find an answer on my YouTube channel, you just have to tell me, and maybe I will do or probably I will do a guide about it. Really important to me to help the community, to help you into the game if you're a new player. Just making boons 50k radius doesn't do anything for the game except invalidate most mechanics. Yeah, I guess. But I think the problem is like you have to design the game from scratch and start from there and design the whole combat, the whole gameplay mechanics around not stacking. You can't make a game that is already like 10-15 years old decide to now we don't want stacking anymore. This is just not gonna work. So I would say if they really wanted to make this happen, they have to do a new game and say, okay, from the ground up, we do mechanics that are, or not only mechanics of a boss, but also the mechanics of mechanics of the class mechanics and stuff like that. They are somewhat like guaranteeing you to not be used as some kind of stack together, or I actually don't even know how to implement it, because stacking together is just like so fundamental in Guild Wars 2 that I actually have no clue how to make this like in a new game, that this will not be the case. Maybe someone has an idea, but I'm not as creative, so maybe the developers of Guild Wars 2 have ideas for that. But a system with boons, with healing, AoE and stuff, it's just so hard to invalidate stacking. It really is. Even if you have to spread for some mechanics, you will come back instantly after the mechanic is done together and stack. That's just the best way to do it. I just don't know. You don't have to force people not stacking, but you're not reducing your output when you're not stacking. That might be a way to do it, yeah. That might be a way to do it. But then a lot of people, especially if the mechanics don't force you to spread, then people would still stack, because of course there is always something that is AoE or something that gives you value from being close together. So maybe it can work. But I like I said, I think in Guild Wars 2 it will never change. I think Guild Wars 2 is too old for that to change in that big system. The boon system Guild Wars 2 is definitely interesting. Yeah, it's interesting in positive and negative ways. I think it, how can I say, it makes specific parts of the game very unique and very cool, and it makes specific parts of the game very convoluted and very hard to understand for new player. And that's mostly because of the boon system, yeah. Yeah, it's like MMOs have generally this problem. It doesn't matter what type of MMO it is. It's like almost always guaranteed that you have something that forces you or like makes it more valuable to stack. That's just how it goes. Oh, I missed my food. Very good. They are just too permanent instead of situational useful. Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest criticism that I had and other content creators that started playing Guild Wars 2 also had, is that the boon system nowadays is more like some kind of like permanent buffs that you have. But in an ideal world, you would have those buffs very, very shortly, like burst windows where you want to get quickness for your group or something. That would be way more interesting in a combat design than having it permanently. But now it's too late to go back to that. I think the developers at one point also said, or at least some of them, that they would remove alacrity and quickness altogether if they could. If they could go back in time, that would be the idea how they wanted to change the game. So it's easier to balance and it's also more interesting to theory craft around. Having permanent alacrity or quickness is just not healthy for a general like design of the game. But now it's too late. I feel like getting rid of sticking mechanics gives them more options for creative mechanics. Yeah, that is true. But it also leads to, you know, the thing is, they have to make it from scratch. Like I said, I think it's impossible now to make the game and say, no, maybe, I don't know. They could make some crazy bosses and say, for this boss, you can't use any boons. But that would just completely invalidate the whole gameplay. So or the whole game. So I think that's not gonna happen. But yeah, I think I can definitely see your point. I definitely see it. Now your class feels incomplete if you don't have quickness or alacrity. Exactly, they can't remove it anymore. It's just like, it's in the game already. They have to live with that, and we have to live with it as well. There are a lot of risen here. Because of the event. That's very good. We can do the event then. Easy peasy. Quest complete after this. Very good. There we go. Large radius for boons invalidates any mechanic that force one or more players away from the group. Yeah, I think that's, you always have to consider stuff that for new mechanics and new games. I think you can't change old games that drastically anymore. That just makes the game worse. You have to come up from the scratch, from ground up. I really think so. Also, the lack of visual clarity and abundance of CC in the game makes stability very important. That is so true. But the interesting part here is as well that Guild Wars 2 and other MMOs have all the same problem. Like, all have this visual clutter problem, I would say. It's really about, like, a lot of times you have visual clutter when the games gets older, when you have more content coming out, more power creep going in the game. It's just visual clutter is always a big problem in MMOs or in most games nowadays, I would say. That's just sadly something that is always happening. I really don't know why this is the case, but I think it's really very, very likely. If the game gets older, you have some visual clutter happen. The game is way too slow without quickness. Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with this statement. That is true. Yeah, zero credit, zero. But also, my stick was not making Guild Wars 2 a not stacking game. I just wish there was an MMO. It is not mandatory to stack. Yeah, that is true. I think it's so hard to make a multiplayer online game where stacking is like something that is not necessary. It's so hard. It's so hard. Because it's stacking, even if you want to do it, you have to be like very aware as soon as you do it once, and then it will probably stick with the group and the people. So it's actually really weird as a developer to make this happen. It's crazy. Oh, that was a lot of them. Very good. Can I kill this guy? There we go. Yeah, you could hide some effects on something, that is true, but I think the problem is if you hide too many effects, you see that with effect LOD very easily in Guild Wars 2. So effect LOD hides some details of the particle effects. But in PvP, you don't want to do that, for example. And for some boss fights, you also don't want to do that. So it's like, yes, there are some options to make it more like easily available or make more reasonable to do that. But I don't know. I think it's not perfect. There is no perfect solution for that problem. I really think so. Just had a fractal run with 30% quickness uptime. If they remove quickness, I'd quit the game. Yeah, a lot of people think like that. I think at this point they can't do it anymore. But if they would have designed the game from ground up without having quickness, or at least not permanently, then it would be a different like idea. But now removing it, yeah, I think that would not be a smart idea. Definitely not. How many times in the game you go, what even hit me? Then you see a Jacaranda eyeing you angrily at 1200 range away. Yeah, that's true. There's some things that work like that, but not a lot. Okay. Is the event going on? Yeah, I think there's an event. Very good. Nice, more experience. Almost 70. Very good. Not bad. What does transmute mean for auras? So there are auras. Transmute is typically something that elementalists can do. So that means if you get an aura, like a fire aura, they will last typically for 4 seconds and they will have a specific buff to you while you have that. If you transmute the aura as an elementalist, which means you have the specific skill on your bar, for elementalists you need to have a focus there to transmute your fire aura, then you lose the fire aura, but you will get a specific other attack happening. So you, so to say, sacrifice your fire aura to get a specific attack. If you do that, for example, for the shocking aura, which will do an AoE stun, but you will lose the shocking aura access. However, the shocking aura itself, if it lasts for 4 seconds, would stun enemies or daze enemies when they are hitting you. So there are like advantages and disadvantages to that, and of course elementalists also get some values from transmuting auras if you have the fire trade line equipped, for example, stuff like that. So transmuting auras is just like removing the aura for an additional effect, but only elementalists can do that nowadays. As soon as you have a healer or supports in your MMO games will automatically stack, you can't prevent this. Yeah, exactly. It's really hard. And of course in MMOs typically you have someone of a healer. It's like, most people would say it's a boring MMO if you don't have a healer. Now we can use my signet to reset my illusion. Very good. Even in WoW and Final Fantasy, people generally stack, just not on Guild Wars 2's level. That is true. Guild Wars 2 is on another level there, but I think even there people might criticize it for stacking. It happens in the game. It's just hard to avoid. Very hard to avoid. Thanks, Forley. Thanks a lot for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Hope you all enjoy the stream. If you have any questions, just let me know. Let's continue the journey here. It's level 70. We are almost there. 10 more levels and 39% more of the map completion. So not too bad, not too bad. Same with Dagger, Water 4, or at least I think it's Dagger. Yeah, exactly. There is like Dagger 4 on Elementalist that gives the Water Aura to transmute, or the Ice Aura. Then there is Dagger 3 on Elementalist that gives the Shocking Aura transmute. Then there is the Focus 5 on Fire that transmutes the Fire Aura. And then there is Staff 3 on Earth that transmutes the Magnetic Aura. So you have currently 4 auras that you can transmute. All the other auras you can't transmute, or at least not yet. Yeah. Big AoE cross map healing and buffs. Yeah, I guess you could make the AoE so big that it doesn't matter. But to be honest, I think that would be even worse game design. You know, just making everything that it doesn't matter anymore. I think that's very bad game design. You want to make. I think one of the things that I like about Guild Wars 2 is that you can move while casting and stuff. And if you don't have to move anymore because positioning doesn't matter, because the healing, the boons, and all that stuff is like not important to be on the correct space, that's bad. I think having games that have specific positions required at specific states of a fight, it's really good. And especially if you can move during specific like casts as well. And in Guild Wars 2 that's like almost always the case, and that makes the gameplay very fun to me. I like to be able to dodge an attack while casting my own attack and not being stuck and rooted in place. That's why I don't typically like classes that are very, very long rooted in place. they don't exist that much in Guild Wars 2, but to some extent, for example, Spear Catalyst can be something like that. And they are just worse in a lot of encounters because you can't sidestep mechanics. You have to really know when it happens, and that's way harder to play than something that you can just sidestep while casting and anything, actually. Yeah. What is between Zero and Hero? That's a good question. I guess the 2. Sorry for the bad joke. But yeah, I would say for me, it's like you start as someone that doesn't have anything on an account. That's a 0. And I'm like slowly getting something, you know, getting more gold, getting more, I don't know, unlocks on the account. That's something in between. The hero, it's hard to tell what a hero is. But I think maybe having 1 legendary already makes you a hero, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Checker, I can feel you. I can feel you. What I also don't like is that you can play that as a ranger pet if you, or the enemies can play that, and then it also gets very annoying, like very annoying to fight. I agree. But people play for the progression from 0 to hero. That is true. Yeah, it's like the progression is obviously helping a lot. Like, I think for me it makes a lot of sense to do a 0 to hero because it also helps me to talk about stuff that I might actually not know about, that new people encounter and don't know what to do with it. Making the journey myself as someone that played the game for way too long is helping me like crazy to understand what might be the potential issues for new players. It's really good, and I can explain a lot of stuff while I just do stuff in the background and see, oh, this is something that I might encounter. This is something that new players might encounter as well. Stuff like that. That's really cool. That's why I like this 0 to hero journey. But if you have any feedback and any possible improvements, let me know. I'm always happy and open for that as well. I think the discussion got about stacking versus non-stacking Guild Wars 2, but no, Guild Wars 2 is designed to stack. It is not about stacking in Guild Wars 2. Stacking MMOs is just ugly and killing fantasy. A new game could fix that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think if there would ever be some kind of new game that doesn't have stacking in there, I think that would be a unique selling point. How it would work then, I have no clue, but I think in Guild Wars 2 that will never happen. Guild Wars 2 will never be a game where stacking is not important. It's just impossible to balance that in a way. Get some... Thought I forgot the loot here. Okay, I'm getting, like, my inventory gets slightly better now. I have to be honest, it gets slightly better. It's not too bad anymore. So we are getting somewhere. As always, if you have any other questions, not about stacking, but anything else, let me know as well. You know, we are always happy to help you out. If you're a new player, you just want some help, or just whatever questions you might have. So 66% of this map, not bad, not bad. I think you are now Queen Shanna's personal assistant, bringing her coffee, learning some mesmer tricks, polishing her invisible shoes. Maybe. I'm not there at the hero yet, but we will get there. Yeah, we will get there. I think if you unlock your first elite spec, you also feel way like a big power spike. I think that's some really cool thing to have in the game. That you reach level 80, which is the first the first big achievement progression and stuff. But as soon as you get your first like elite spec unlocked, ooh, that feels so great. You know, the changes to the game that it makes, to your gameplay, to your class, and also the power level, it's really good. It doesn't matter which one you actually pick, all of them are like that. And I think that's a really cool design. I like that idea. So we are not there yet. We are definitely still in the zero realm, I would say. There's not too much happening yet that is like crazy in terms of like progression. But we are slowly getting there, like you can see. Like already level 70, and the leveling process is so fast. It's actually, I'm surprised how many levels we got today. I think we got already like 15 levels or something. Or 10 levels at least, yeah. This stream is stacked. Nice. Glad you like it. If you have any comments, any improvements to make it even better, let me know. So I need some enemies, some evil guys. Where are they? Don't lie there. Come on, guy. Very good. There are a lot of evil guys. Come to me, come to me. I mean, the thing is with boon uptime in Guild Wars 2, it's really weird. Some classes have really large boon radii. For example, if you play Quickness Herald that has like 600 range boon uptime, it's amazing. It's like insane. But if you play another class that has very small radius, like 240 or 360, then sometimes if someone moves out a bit, that is just bad boon uptime for them, you know. And then, or even worse, for another example would be Firebrand. If you play with a worse or with a bad Firebrand, they will struggle to keep up the boons on you because they are positioning in a way where you don't get hit by the mantra, for example, because it's in a cone in front of you. And that's some problematic thing in my opinion, because some classes don't have that issue where others do have that issue. And that's a little bit of like, yes, balancing, but the balancing is not really considering that in Guild Wars 2. So that's in my opinion not ideal, and definitely changing how good you are in a specific class is the positioning and the boon uptime that you can get. Even when you have perfect boon uptime, your allies also have to have the very good boon uptime as well, if your support that is. Yeah, I think we will see some crazy stuff happening with the stacking or not stacking, and also the boon uptime when I play tier 1 fractals. You know, tier 1 fractals, or even tier 2 and tier 3 fractals to some extent. The beginning journey of people in fractals is a learning experience, and they will not know everything about the game. They will not stack on me, even though I'm providing crazy boons, crazy heals on exotic gear. They will probably not be able to get enough of that stuff and will run away from my heals and stuff and will die off screen. That will happen. I can't promise you that. That's just how it goes. You have to get to a specific experience level to make sure to understand how this works. And some people, even though they are level 80, they are full ascended and stuff, still don't understand that. Why is there a hero point? Ah, this is the hero point. The Brood Mother. Okay. Pressing buttons usually helps. Yeah, that is true. Like, but the cool part is some builds, like I mentioned it earlier, like Unload, Deadeye, can upkeep quickness with not pressing any buttons. So yeah, or at least with only one button or something. So it's actually, yeah, there are some easy builds and stuff, but buttons pressing in Guild Wars 2 in general is a good thing. It will always increase your DPS to some extent, I would say. Good point. I'm kind of new to the game. Can you tell me what's the yellow line on your map? This is an legal add-on. It's called Blish Hut. And in there, the pathing module and the Tagged's path that shows me just a very fast way to map complete. That's a very helpful tool to be very efficient. And of course, if I'm streaming, I can read chat and don't have to concentrate on finding the last POI, for example. Hope that makes sense. The general idea is just to move like quite efficiently through the map and the world completion. And it works quite well, I would say. I have a guide about it in my YouTube channel. If you want to see what it is and how you can find it, you can just type !mouse in the chat, because my mouse cursor also looks different, as you can see. This is the same module, or this not the same module, but the same add-on. And then you can watch the YouTube video how to set it up and stuff about it. Yes, exactly. There is a big discussion going on. That's okay. As long as you stay civilized, that's good. That's good. Very nice. 71 unlocked. We got the last specialization. Now we got a big power spike. I don't know what I will play though. Chaos, I guess, maybe for boons. Maybe. Like go insane with the chaos things? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go chaos on a power mesmer. Yes, I know illusions might have more damage, but chaos has more boons. Now I have perma stability. That's also quite good. For leveling at least. I'm closely following the rotation described in the guides, but my DPS is nowhere close to the benchmarks, even with food and utilities. Are there some general advice on improving DPS that might be well less known? So first of all, of course, you have to have the perfect gear. If you have ascended gear, ascended food and all that stuff, then you can compare yourself. And the second part is you also should try to get the golem set up correctly. You know, like you have to compare yourself on the golem. Yeah, don't compare you in real fights. Compare yourself to the golem. So go in the Special Forces training area, set up the golem, have all the conditions on there, have all the boons on yourself, and then you have, so to say, the ideal scenario where you can try out and see how it works. Yeah. And then I would say if you still can't get the perfect numbers, then you just have to spend more time there, because it's like, it takes time. You know, I have to sometimes train for hours to reach decent numbers. So it takes a while. Depending on the build, it takes longer, but still, you will get there if you just train enough. So what are other general advice? Following the rotation strictly is obviously something that is really good. But you also have to understand that you also have to do the rotation fast. So if the rotation for my Mesmer here says using 4 into 3 into 1 or into 2, and I press it 4, 3, 2, then you could see I had downtime between pressing those buttons. Even though the rotation was strictly speaking correct, I did the right order. You have to do this fast enough so that you actually have no downtime. And this applies to all the skills. And that means that you have to queue your skills, that you have to not interrupt any other skills, that you have to interrupt skills that have an aftercast, stuff like that. So there are many, many ways to make the combat a little bit more like get the most out of your rotation. But that's something that you have to learn slowly, and you will slowly get there. But it's patience and practice. It's really about that. That's the main part. Hope that helps a bit. I have also a guide about how to improve my rotation. I have a guide about that, how I do it and how I like engage with all the systems, and first start on a golem and slowly go there, work my way up from there. But you can watch it on my YouTube channel if you want. Exactly, all the boons is very, very important, because if you don't have the boons, of course your damage is way, way lower and stuff like that. There are so many things that is very important. How do you know which ability can be animation cancelled and which one have to have a hidden aftercast? You just have to try it out. Of course, you can also look in the wiki or look at like websites like Snowcrows. They tell you some stuff like that, but you can just try it out and see how it works. So I just can give an example here on Mesmer. This skill here is, or all healing skills in the game are interrupting your current cast. So when you press this, you can't queue your healing skill. It will interrupt your cast. So, for example, Time Warp has an aftercast. If I use this and I would be a Chronomancer, I can go into my Continuum Split after I finished casting the Time Warp, because it has an aftercast and it still counts as being cast in Continuum Split because of the aftercast. So you just have to try that stuff out, and you will understand it at some point. You will notice it. It's not something that the game tells you, sadly. That's a very bad job of the game, telling you what skills work how. It's just really weird. The same goes for instant targeting. In the game, there is the specific option here, which says, where is it? Instant or ground targeting, yeah? You can go for normal, fast with range indicator, and instant. This is something that is very weird, because it changes how the game functions to some extent. And this is something that you have to try out and feel what kind of skills you actually want to use it with. But I think it also makes some skills really weird. So for example, there are like, I think there are 6 wells on Chronomancer. And from them, I think 4 of them can be recasted. But some of them can't. So it's really, really weird. This is just weird gameplay and options and stuff. You just have to try it out. That's the sad answer there. Or listen to someone that actually already tried it out. Yeah, exactly. You might be interrupting a lot of your skills. That can be a very common issue. Or for example, one other thing is if you look at, for example, the sword. The last attack of my sword auto attack here deals by far the most amount of damage, like by far. So you always want to use this skill. And you have to look at it and don't cancel your chain of your attack here. Use the 1, 1, 1, and then you cast something else. You don't want to use 1, 1 and then use some other skill, because then you missed out on the biggest damage attack. Stuff like that, you just have to slowly learn and get the rotation perfectly down. It's just like, comes with time, but you need patience. Yeah. Almost done with this map. Very good. Next one is actually quite high level then. We will go to Sparkly Fen, where the, how is it called? Tequatl is. So maybe we even get the first world boss if Tequatl is there. I think it's not there. Not there yet. Either way, I will not be there in time, I guess. I think it's in a few minutes, maybe even. I'm so bad at jumping passes, it's insane. Interrupting auto attacks is the biggest DPS loss for new players, I think. Yeah, it depends, of course, on the build. Some builds don't use auto attacks that much, or don't have any chains. But auto attack interrupting is so important that you don't do that. Because yes, a lot of skills, or most of the skills that deal high damage are not the auto attack. But as soon as you have all of those skills on cooldown, you use the auto attack. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god, I'm so bad at jumping passes. So it's really, really important that you understand that auto attacks are, so to say, the stuff that you use after casting all the important attacks. And because of that, you should, or to fill time between those important attacks. And because of that, you don't want to waste the auto attack or want to like start the auto attack and then do something else. Okay, so now we have here the specific other marker pack again. That helps me. This one. This one. I need the ones. There's another one. Where's the last one? There's it. Okay. So again, this is really helping the marker pack here. It tells me which kind of objects I do have to interact with to get the perfect potion, and then I can brew it and can put it on the speeder here. Okay. Very nice. And then the second one. Where's the second one? Yeah, this one. Okay, this one. And where's the last two? There's another one. You see how fast this is if you just use the correct ingredients. If I would not know this, I would like take forever to finish this map, or this quest at least. It's so good. It's so good. This is why this is by far the best module, like these if you have it. But it uses sadly mounts, and I don't have mounts. That's the problem. Okay, so what's the last thing that I need? 2 quests. Okay. I will catch up on chat in a second. Just let me find the quests. Yep, there's one and there's one. Very good. I've got the perfect potion right here. Bourbon and Coke. I see. Yeah, I mean, that probably would not work on the Risen, but I like it. Interesting. Guild Wars 2 is the only game that does cast times in fractions. Yeah, that is true. Guild Wars 2 is very weird in that. I like that because that really makes some interesting ideas, or for build crafting as well. For example, conditions and stuff tick also very uniquely. So if you have a specific condi duration or boon duration, yes, the game actually tells you, let's look at something that applies a condi, this one here, 3 seconds. And if you now have like 10% condi duration, it goes up by 0.3 seconds. Yeah, that makes sense. But it will not showcase as this. It will showcase as a fraction, like 1/4 of condition increase. But the actual damage that it does is actually exactly that what it would be. So even though you don't see it here in the tooltip, but it in the background is exactly the number that you would expect if you calculated it out. And the same goes for the boon duration, the same goes for everything. And that's really a very cool and interesting thing, that the game itself is calculating it, so to say, perfectly all the time. Yeah, so even though the tooltip might not showcase it perfectly, it is perfectly executed. Which is fair, so the Americans can learn some math, I guess. I don't want to be mean. I think there are people that are not willing to learn math in each country. Yeah, that's okay. And I think it's good that the game does it for them, or for us. Very good. One more quest. It's here. Yeah. Thanks, Creditworth. See you. Have fun. Have a nice day. Take care. Okay, we are slowly getting there. 71. I think it will be hard to reach level 80 today, but I will try my best. And where's the quest? Where's the last quest actually? How do I get there? Is this some traction here or where is it? I was there before apparently, or I did some quests. It was there. Oh, okay. It was the rum. Did it respawn now? Very good. There it is. There it is. And one thing. Wow. Okay, we could have done it earlier as well. Not bad. Another key. Holy moly. This is crazy. That's the 3rd key in a row. Today is a lucky day. It's crazy. Okay. We want to equip this. There we go. And we want to equip this as well. Not this though. Not this. Very good. Another key. That's very lucky. That's very lucky. We go to the next maps as well. And maybe we get another one. That would be amazing. So much value. I mean, I will probably not get anything from it, but still. Okay, we are done with this and we will go to the next map. And there we go. Chronomancer unlocked. Or at least the reward track. I don't have it yet. Oh no. I need to be level 80 to unlock this, I think, but still. Very good. We have all the core traits and stuff unlocked. And not bad. Okay, so we want to go to the next map, which is 55 to 65. So we're getting like very like high level enemies now. So our gear is very under leveled. So just checking my gear here, like yeah, not that good of a gear. It's not bad, but I'm missing like accessories completely, and my rings and stuff are horrible. So yeah, will be more painful to do this one, but also gives way more experience, or at least percentage of experience. Is there a weekly limit on how many keys you can get? No, the keys are not kept. The only thing that is kept is that if you want to do the level 10 story instance, which guarantees a key the first time each week. So if you do this on multiple characters on a week, you only can do it once. But the later keys and the keys for the map completions, you can get as many times as you want. But of course you have to be lucky, and it's also like a time investment, of course. But in general, you could farm unlimited amount of keys. Yes. This is possible. Hope you are having a nice weekend so far. Yeah, very nice actually. I enjoy it, and hopefully enjoy my stream as well, and have a nice weekend on top of that. That's my hope here. Why is this guy always evading? Stop it. Okay. There we go. Okay, now we can get finally. I need also some more food. And oh no, a jumping puzzle. Concentrate. Okay, it's not that bad. Not that bad though. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. We are always happy to help you out here. Oh, didn't want to get into combat here. So if you don't know, as a new player in combat, you might have noticed already, you move slower than you would when you are out of combat. This applies in all game modes. And of course, combat is also like a little bit different because you can't change your attacks. You can't, if you die, you are dead. If you can't respawn then and stuff like that. If you are in combat, you can't go and teleport. So combat has a lot of changes to how the game works. And you can't mount in combat with some exceptions. But yeah, so combat is something that is for changing the restrictions of how the game works. 72 already. That's crazy. You see, the higher the level the map is, the more experience you get, especially from the enemies, of course. And I will level up very, very fast here. That was close. Okay. Another hero point here. Can go for the stealth. So if you stealth yourself, you can still interact with this hero point and you can go there and get it without getting into combat and interrupt it from those enemies. And therefore I can, yeah, just skip them and save maybe a little bit of time. Very good. Welcome, Flaus. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, almost 80. 72. We are getting there. We are getting there. Exactly. We're getting into the part where it gets more interesting for most people to watch. The leveling part might not be the most interesting one, but the one where I talk about how to make gold, how to engage with fractals and that kind of stuff, or whatever we are doing to get the gear. Yes, that will start very soon. But probably not this stream. We will first have to get 80. I'm not sure if we can all of that fit into this stream. Do you just save some hero points for the next expansion? Yes. I will save as many of the hero points as I can get, because those are obviously really nice and really important to unlock all the elite specs, and whenever I have some leftover ones, I would always save them for the next elite spec coming up or whatever. Yeah, and you can't even use them. It's like they are completely like you just have to wait until something new happens for them. So I cancel my attack there. That's something that you should not do if you want to get the most amount of damage. Never cancel your attacks. Okay. Wrong direction. Can't follow the lines here. I'm just blind, apparently. Not good. Not arresting. Core maps still look good in 2025. Yeah, I think the core maps, to be honest, some of them look amazing, some of them look okay, but it's actually, I think, for how old the game is and how long it was since they were released or designed, it's actually surprising how good they look. I really think so. And some of them actually have really cool events on there still. So yeah, the game is definitely not, it doesn't look, in my opinion, as old as it is. But it's obviously, it's an opinion. Some people say it looks horrible. That's also an opinion. There should be a setting that stops you from canceling skills. I'm not sure. The thing is, sometimes you want to cancel skills. Now we're getting in some really deep talk here. But Guild Wars 2's combat is very interesting because of this reason, in my opinion, to me at least, that you have so many options to interact with your skill bar. Yes, you have not like 30 skills all at the same time available, which like other MMOs typically have, where you have crazy amounts of skills all the time. Guild Wars 2, that's not the case, but the skills that you have, they have some very interesting interactions. So if I cast, what can I say, like casting my mass invisibility, and I noticed in the last seconds I don't want to cast it, then I can interrupt it, and it goes on the interrupt cooldown instead of the full cooldown. I can't cast it again. But by doing this, I'm using the weapon store here to store my weapon, which interrupts the cast that I'm currently doing. So yes, for new players, it might be worth having a setting that allows you to force you to finish the cast. But in my opinion, this is for a veteran. It's actually quite important to be able to stop my own casts, because at some point I might notice, oh, this is not for me, or I don't have to cast this right now, I have to cast it in 10 seconds instead. Stuff like that can be very, very helpful. And of course, if you're playing competitive modes, it gets even more helpful, because there you might not only want to cast it at a specific point, but you might also want to bait dodges, so that the enemy team needs to dodge. Yeah, I will showcase it in a second. But if I cast a specific skill, the enemy sees the animation and dodges. But then I interrupt this attack so that the enemy dodges for nothing. That's also very, very strong. So if I had the example, I don't know, I'm using my Moa. Wait, I need a target for that. If I use my Moa signet and cast it and interrupt it, people might see, oh my god, this is currently getting casted, this Moa. I will dodge, but I then stop this cast and people still dodge, and I can cast the Moa once again after like 5 seconds. Stuff like that is so good in competitive modes. But even in PvE it can be useful, of course. If you see there is something happening in the fight where you will not get the cast fully through or whatever, you can interrupt it. Or where the cast does not work out because the enemy goes invulnerable or something, you will still be able to cast it after a while with the short cooldown of the interrupt cooldown, or not the full cooldown. Stuff like that can be so helpful. Yeah. How do you have the mouse cursor like that? So you can type !mouse in the chat. There is a guide how to set this up. This is just a legal third-party add-on that helps me see my mouse better. And it also shows, for example, here for me, this path where to move to get the map exploration the fastest. Yeah, this is a legal third-party add-on. It's called Blishut, and that's why my mouse looks like that. And I also have those paths there. But like I said, !mouse in the Twitch chat to see a guide about this. Thanks, Snowdropson. I agree it increases the ceiling for sure, but it gives you the option. Yeah, I think the option would be really good. I agree with you. I never said something against it. I'm just saying the option of having it is amazing. And if you are overwhelmed by it, I think it's very, very cool to have an option to decrease the how difficult the game can be. I think that would be really good. I think we have options like that already in the game. Not specifically this option, but options that increase the ease of getting into the game. And I like those options a lot. Like accessibility options to some extent, it's really good. For example, that you also have the melee attack assistant. I think it's not the best option, but it's an option that is definitely good for a new player maybe. Or like that you automatically continue auto-attacking or something like that. That can be good. I personally don't like options like this because I'm a somewhat skilled player. I want to be in my own like hands, so to say, and can swap stuff around and stop using casts whenever I want to and that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely worth mentioning this here. Yeah, about face is also something that is really hard for people, like swapping. Like, look at this, like I'm swapping my character's direction, like just by using my one button here. That can be very, very helpful, of course. That's very, very good in competitive modes, of course. Even in PvE, that can be very helpful to some extent. But stuff like that you have to learn. That just comes with time. There are so many options in the game that are changing how you play the game and can improve the combat and your just general like agency in the combat immensely. But you have to understand how they work. It's not something that you can learn in the first day. That's just, it takes time. It really does. How much is the fish? Oh no. Don't ask me stuff like that. I'm usually trying to find my own character on my screen, not looking at someone else. So if you can't see your own character that way, you can also add the option. There is an option for, where is it? Always show my own character name or something. Show, where is it? There is an option here. How is it called? Always show my name. This one. Then you might be able to like see your character a little bit easier. But I can understand why you say that's a problem for you. It's always, there is so much visual clutter at this point in Guild Wars 2, it can be an issue, even for someone that knows where it should be. It can be, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the add-on is called Blishut, this one here, Blishut, and the specific module in there is the pathing module. That lets me showcase the path that I should go, or that is fast and efficient to get the map completion. Yeah, it's quite fast. The leveling goes quite fast, to be honest. 72. We are getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. Do other MMOs have quality of life settings like that? I think to some extent, yes. To another extent, not. I think just one example is that I think World of Warcraft just recently introduced some kind of like one button rotation. So that's obviously a very, very like high level quality of life or accessibility feature more that you press one button and then it follows some kind of macro or rotation. As far as I understand, I'm not into that, so I can't tell you that much, but there are some big quality of life options for other MMOs. I think Guild Wars 2 is like, has some really good options, but has some really bad options as well. Or not existing options rather. That should exist. For example, one of the biggest things that a new player criticizes, and really, I would say correctly, is that you can't change your look of or your customize your UI. I think that's like for new player. Typically, any big MMO actually lets you customize the game to some extent. That you can say, okay, my health bar should be on top, or my attacks should be bigger or differently positioned or something. This is something that Guild Wars 2 doesn't let you do. And this is one of the options that like all other MMOs have, I would say, or all other big MMOs at least, to some extent. And it's like very, very important for accessibility, I would say, because some people just can't see, or most people will probably not see everything on the screen all at once. So you have to like consider, where do I look? And especially in the beginning, when you are just overwhelmed with anything that is happening, that can be very, very painful to learn, just because there's so much happening on the screen and it will not, oh, there are a lot of people coming. Yeah, that's just what I think. What's your map completion progress percentage right now? So it's at 64%. 64%. Yeah, and it's day 5 of this progression, and we are like almost over. Yeah, we are almost. This is the only thing that matters to me is the hearts. How many hearts I still have to complete? So we're not in. We're almost like 2/3. Well, we are over 2/3 of the hearts through. That's good. So we are happy with that, and then we slowly, very slowly, get all of it done. But we are like quite high level already. Like I'm quite happy with the leveling, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of using only one button things. I like to engage with the game, and I think it's also weird if the game plays itself. I think that's something that I'm not specifically interested in, but apparently that's what Blizzard did with World of Warcraft, at least with one of the things, yeah. No, eye customization was such a puzzling decision, especially since Guild Wars 1 had rather extensive options for this. Yeah, I think that's for me, that's like the weirdest part. You know, I know that the Guild Wars 2 engine is like completely based, or is like an upgrade to Guild Wars 1's engine. So I can't understand why the UI for Guild Wars 2 is not as flexible, or at least has some inheritance of Guild Wars 1. I really can't, I don't get that. I have no clue why this is the case. So do they have some special things that they changed that they can't go back now? Or is it just too complicated and they don't think it's worth the time? I don't know. It's actually crazy to me that this is not the case, that they don't have any customization, especially with their background, because if they have Guild Wars 1 as a very nice game that has very good customization, I really don't know, but what is the thing that made them decide to not do it or not be able to do it? It's crazy. Definitely crazy. Yeah, I know it's for accessibility. I know. It's not for people that really want to have tryharding going on and stuff. It's for people that are a little bit like they can't use all of their keys and stuff that easily. They have some disability or something like that. Yeah, I don't want to criticize that at all. I'm just saying it's not for everyone. It's not made for people that say, oh, I just want to press one button and get the perfect rotation. That's not for you then. That's not how it works. Yeah. I've just played the story dungeon. You have to kill dragons with cannons from an airship. Oh my god, yeah, you made the Scythe story one. Yeah, this one is like... the community agrees that this one is like one of the worst endings to the story ever, because it's like you shoot down the big villain with some cannons. Sorry for the spoilers, but it's really... There could have been so much better story. It's crazy. It's crazy. And... I mean, what can you do? That's how they decided to do it, and there will not be a rework, I think, to this ever. Sadly. Maybe we'll get a fractal though. That would be really cool if that at some point we will get a fractal. But I doubt it. I think that's like forgotten. 73. Nice, we're making progress. Very good. Manifestation of self-doubt boss was horrible of story mission. Yeah, there are some really annoying bosses in the stories, that is true. But the end boss, Satan, could have been way cooler. That is like a fact. I think everyone would agree to that. They missed out on that one. UI designers charge too much? I don't know. I have no clue how much they charge. I'm not into this business, but maybe they just don't have the experience in the team anymore. You know, maybe someone that did it in the past is not there anymore, and now they don't have the money or the time or resources or whatever to finish or to go back to that. I think a lot of the problems that we have in the current Guild Wars 2 is because the development of it was done by people that are not in the team anymore. So best example is, I think, World vs. World was developed before the actual release of Guild Wars 2, obviously, because it came out in 2012. And I think there is not a single dev that was there when they developed World vs. World backend. So there was so many different problems coming and happening during those restructuring stuff because no one was aware of how to change stuff. It's actually very interesting. Makes the game like see as a big issue in general. Yeah. So yeah, I think you can't change that. I think big problems always have that problem that some people of the team leave, some new people come, and you can't just have everything on the same like standpoint and everyone has the same knowledge level. That's just very hard to maintain. If they didn't set up proper containers at the start, then code-wise implementing it would be a nightmare. Yeah, exactly. A lot of design decisions in Guild Wars 2 feel like they ran out of money while making them. I have no clue. I don't want to judge there. I think that might be a reasonable reason for that. But it's if it is true, it's a sad reason, of course, because the game could have been very much like improved by just having a little bit more time spent on the specific issue. But now it's too late, I guess. Welcome, Mr. Simper. Welcome. Yeah, there are some really cool content creators for Guild Wars 2 out there. That's true. Very cool, interesting, entertaining content. When trying to learn a new elite spec, is it a good place to start practice with the golem with the golem with a more real experience? That's a good question. So I personally would say if you learn like a new class and you just like use the level 80 boost or whatever, and you are completely new to it, I think it's a very worthwhile thing to do, to go to the golem training area and just check out the skills, how they work. Yeah, how long is the cast time? How do they look? What do they do? What is the movement of it? How does it feel? Stuff like that, in my opinion, is very like helpful. But yeah, I think to actually get the hang of a class, you also have to try it in real combat, just how it feels. Maybe go for some easy meta events and stuff like that. But if you want to get the perfect rotation down, I would always start at the golem. The golem is like, in my opinion, the best starting point because it lets you understand how the rotation works. Because in real fights, you have to do mechanics. You have to not always have perfect wounds because sometimes the allies are not providing you perfect wounds. It's just how it is. So in my opinion, it's very important that you start on the golem if you want to learn the perfect rotation. But even if you don't, I think it's worthwhile to consider and say, okay, I will just try out my different attacks without having a real target, just looking at it, just feeling how the like general gameplay flow and how the attacks feel. I think that's actually a quite good thing to start with. But yeah, in the end, you will probably want to play it in a real encounter as well. Maybe start with something easy like open world, meta events and stuff like that and see how it feels and go from there. And you will get some muscle memory that way as well, which helps, of course. What's the cheapest enrichment? I mean, they all cost the same, so there is not a cheapest one. The cheapest, and I think they all cost the same amount of flores or whatever you want to, where you purchase it. It's exactly the same. The one that you should get depends on the one that you actually need. So like getting more experience is for me most of the time the best one because it gives me more spirit shards. You can also go for karma and magic find if you wanted to, but it's not necessary. So in general, if you don't know what an enrichment is some kind of special infusion that you can put in your amulet and you will get some more rewards by using them. Is it strictly necessary? No, not of course not, but it's obviously can help you. It can help you. And we will get this quest done. Give me a second. There we go. But yeah, I think it's quite important that you have any enrichment on your main character because it increases the loot that you get or just the value for your time. But there is not a cheapest one to answer this question. Usually people that build game engines are highly specialized and can move on to different projects once a game is released. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think if you have a big project like a MMO or something, you just have to accept that you can't hold all the people forever, and you just have to live with hopefully the good code in the background. I think Guild Wars 2's code is not necessarily good all the time. It's probably have some issues to some extent, and some spaghetti code in there as well. That's just how modern game development is. It's just like or any software development, it's really hard to maintain clean code all the time, especially if like hundreds of people over the years worked on it. But definitely that's how it probably is in the background as well. Also, don't forget the Sidon fight was supposed to have a part 2 on the ground, but 5 starter zones ate up the time, which means Asura are once again responsible for everything bad in Guild Wars 2. I mean, I don't know about the second part, but the first part is definitely a reason that is reasonable, I would say. To have the end boss fight cut down a little bit in terms of how good it is for having better starter zones, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Does it mean it's a good thing to do? No, but it's a reasonable thing. So let's see if I can get the revive here with the Illusion of Life on them. No. Oh. If I would be a different class, I could get all 3 revived here. If I would be Elementalist. So sad. At once at least. Now I have to do it with the hand. More importantly, how does the fashion look? The fashion. Let's take a look at the fashion. Looks like some kind of gladiator look or something like that. Yeah, not too fancy yet. Not too fancy. Welcome, Machiwara. Welcome, welcome. Nice you made it as well. When do you make any tier list about the meta events? You can divide the tier list into gold earnings in the event enchantment. Oh, Mr. Simka. I think there will be I'm pretty sure either it's out already or it will come out later today. There is the first part of this tier list coming. You asked for it such a long time ago already. Today it's the day. Yes, it will come out today. So good that you asked. Good that you asked. Yes, I will do a meta event tier list on my YouTube channel today. Yes, the release of it. Be sure to check it out. It's actually, I think, a very cool tier list. I enjoyed doing it. Okay, yeah. Slowly getting here with the quest. It is very good in other ways. Extremely good network. Almost no server downtime. Yeah, I think that's amazing. That's one of the best things about Guild Wars 2. What, like, almost no one mentions that. I'm so sad about that. Like, when I talk to any like content creator that did not play Guild Wars 2 before, and I like would sell the game, one of the points why I would say this game is so good is because of the no server time. Like, we have no maintenance time. Like, never. When there is a new expansion released, new patch released, whatever, there is not a single minute server downtime. Yeah, we had this issue with the beta event. Yes, that is true. That happens sometimes, issues like that. But the servers are always up. There is no downtime. We had one time, like in the whole existence of Guild Wars 2, as far as I know, some server rollback. I played actually during this time. It was quite funny. I got some kind of like mount skins for that, but still. This is like crazy. Guild Wars 2's server architecture is so good. It's so good. It's by far the best in the industry, I would say. And they do never tell anybody about it in that sense. It's just like we take it as granted, but no one really talks about it. So that's a good point there for sure. There are definitely crazy issues with the game for sure, but this is not one of them. If Dragon's Den isn't S tier with Riot, yeah. Dragon's Den is high tier, that is true. ANET servers are absolutely amazing in terms of no long outtakes or downtime for updates and stuff. Yeah, I think it's so good, especially for example if there is a festival happening. You know, the festival, when for example next festival will be Halloween. When Halloween is happening, there is not a single minute where you have to leave the game. You know, Halloween just pops up. It's so good. Stuff like that is so crazy. Other games would have forced you down for server maintenance or something for 2 hours or half an hour at least. In Guild Wars 2, just it pops up. It's so cool. It's such a nice like quality of life that we don't talk enough about, I would say. If Dragonstorm isn't F tier for the cutscene, we Riot as well. Oh, there will be some hot takes in there. I can tell you that much. You know, normally I take my tier list and say, oh, I will try to make tier list and like try to mimic to some extent my opinion while also making a reasonable take for in terms of community. But this meta event tier list is very, very subjective and like personal. What I think is like worth to put at a higher level and whatnot, but be sure to check it out. And of course, let me know your takes on that as well. I'm always happy to see civilized takes in the comments about why you think this is like complete garbage, what I think here. If you put it in a civilized way, I'm happy with it. If you offend me, I'm not that happy. But if you tell me your opinion in a reasonable way, I'm always happy to hear it. Meta events with hundreds of people and no network lag? Yeah, that is true. That is also a very good point. Of course, if you could make the argument that, for example, in World vs. World, the servers are, I mean, sometimes a little bit lackluster, but I think in especially PvE, the servers are amazing. It's crazy how good they are. That's true. That is true. 250 ping. Yeah, I mean, there should be some Australia server. I really think so. That would be a big quality of life. It doesn't have to be that many, you know, just one or two, so that people actually have a chance to have a slightly lower ping. But apparently that's not enough, like, return of investment for ANET. That's why they don't have it, at least not yet, I would say. But it would definitely be a cool thing if we could get that. Yeah, always happy to help, Mr. Simka. What's the best currency to change for to provisional tokens? I'm trying to get the sky skill, need a lot of them. So it depends a bit on where you are in the game. I personally always exchange, if you want to have provisional tokens exchange, I exchange my obsidian shards and there is the one in Black Citadel, in the north of Black Citadel, where you can exchange this. Because I have like insane amount of obsidian shards. You just get them passively all the time in the game. And that's something that I would always recommend to do. And you can also exchange some rare, how is it called? Rare weapons and rare pride skins and stuff. You can exchange those as well. However, I would be careful with this because some of them are quite expensive to craft and get. So I think that you should just go to the website, to the wiki, and there in the wiki you will find something that is hopefully more interesting and for your specific account, so that you find something that you have a lot of or that you don't need anymore. And there are a lot of provisioners or however they are called nowadays, so you just have to find some that are willing to trade for something that you are have abundance of. That's the whole idea. The only one that comes to mind for me, or two of them actually, is like I said, the obsidian shards, and the second one would be, how is it called? Those things that you get from salvaging reclaimed armor and stuff like that, or not armor, weapons reclaimed, some metal plate or something like that. This is account bound, so I can't sell it, and I have all the skins for those, so it's not really helping me anymore. That's why I also give to those. But I have it way too much anyway, so I don't do that anymore. So hopefully that helped you a bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe Guild Wars 3 will solve this issue. Yeah, maybe the servers for that one is way more spread over the globe. That would be hopefully improvement there. Yeah, it's not a lot, that is true, but the thing is, if you do that consistently and you need hundreds of those provisioner tokens, it actually is a decent amount of gold that you waste there. And I think it's not worth it to spend gold on provisioner tokens if you can get them, if you're just patient. I really think so. But of course, if you want to get it right now and need 100 of them, sure, you can spend some money and some gold in there. But I personally would rather be patient. I always said, okay, I will just do that every single week. Nowadays it's weekly gated, earlier it was daily gated, and then I would be better off. But of course, if you need it right now, if you're like impatient, sure, go for it and spend some money on the weapons. Oh no, there's this champion. Not good. We don't want a champion here. Oh my god. That's mean. Why is there a champion here? I'm not sure if I can get up there. This guy's doing so much damage. Okay. Blocked the hit. That's good. Jumping passes in combat is always a bit painful, so be careful there. Okay, very good. We made it. It's not a real jumping puzzle though. Very good, very good. The amount of game data that gets sent around scales exponentially with the amount of players, so it's really impressive. Yeah, I mean, if you as someone that has more like knowledge about this says that, then it might be even more impressive than I already imagined. So yeah, I think it's a really cool thing that they do that. Yeah. If you plan on making legendaries, I personally wouldn't use obsidian shards for the provision tokens. I think it depends. I have like, I'm not like exaggerating here. Like on my main account, I have like thousands of obsidian shards. Like I never bought obsidian shards for karma in the last 10 years, and I still have thousands of them on my account. Yes, I played the game a lot, but if you want to craft multiple legendaries, then you probably also play the game decently often. And therefore, it's actually, for me, obsidian shards are actually quite easy to come by nowadays, even without spending karma. But I can definitely understand. That's why I said it's a personal thing, because you have to find the thing that is actually working for you, which you have a lot of, and then you can spend it. If that's gold, go for the rare weapons and buy them. If it's something else, use those. It's really like purchase or get the stuff and sell it, whatever you have too much of. It's really like, that's why it's so cool to have them many options. You don't have to do a specific thing. You can change whatever you like. That's really cool. Yeah, mystic stones, the forge stones, yeah, that's true. You can use those as well. You can nowadays only really use them for the 250 usage salvage kit, which is not always the best, like the most interesting thing. There we go. Level 74. Not too bad. Unknown magic can also help. True. Good point. Good point. I used obsidian shards too. It's just hard for me to find the value of things. I only play Guild Wars 2 for 2 weeks now. Yeah, then I would highly recommend getting go into the wiki. Like just wiki or /wiki and then provisioner tokens, and you will open the wiki. So if I can show that in game. If you type in the game anything /wiki, that opens the wiki, and if you then type specific thing after that, like obsidian shards or provisioner tokens, like I just type provisioner token, and then if I would now press enter, it will open my browser and open the wiki with this specific thing, like the provisioner token. And this can be very, very helpful for a new player. If you do that, it's very, very good to get to a specific thing, and there will be listed all the things that you can get, and you have a very nice list. It also tells you how much it's worth on the trading post, and then you can see for yourself what you actually want to spend and whatnot. So that's really, really helpful. So very good tip here. And that works with everything. So whatever you want to look up, you can just type in and you will find something that is actually on the wiki with this specific tip. Yeah, legendary armor is also very, very nice. I think for me, it definitely makes the game way more enjoyable to play different classes, for sure. For sure. I can definitely understand that. Yeah, I think the Mystic Salvage Kits are underrated. I think they are really, really good. Really, really good value. Why do I get Harpoon Master when I'm using my spear? Like, what? Okay. So good. I think my shatters might count as Harpoon. I don't know. Really weird. Of course, if you are in Gemstone, you can use the silver fat and you don't need to use those anymore. But even then, they can be useful because, of course, you might not have any other use for the salvage kits. So almost done. What's your method for getting a spirit shards? Any tips? So the sad truth to getting spirit shards is just play more. Like play more, whichever game mode you are playing, like PvE, World versus World, PvP, all of them give you spirit shots. I'm not joking, all of them. You just have to spend more time in the game, and it helps a lot if you use boosters. If you use a lot of boosters, like experience boosters, or use food and ascended food, use experience enrichment, that kind of stuff can also always increase the experience that you get, and you get more spirit shots that way. So yes, spirit shots, very important, but something that needs, of course, just time in the game. That's the main thing. Yeah, that's true. Silver Vest gives also a lot of spirit shards by opening, not spirit shards, obsidian shards by opening the chests there as well. Yeah, good point, good point. Yeah, always happy to help. Yeah, maybe the mini spears in the harpoon gun. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. But it's so weird, you know. There is another one for spear. So why does it not like give something for spear? But it's sometimes it's really weird. It's just how it goes, I guess, with the spaghetti code in the background sometimes. I really notice my lacking gear now. I really notice it. When I pull multiple mobs, they actually damage me quite drastically. But it's okay, we can still kill them, I guess. Yeah, tier 1 rifts are also amazing if you can do that, especially like if you can farm them very consistently. You get a lot of experience from that with boosters. Yeah, but in general, like anything in the game really gives you experience. Where you kill a lot of mobs specifically that give experience, or you just do a lot of fractals over and over, they give also a nice amount of experience. There's a lot of ways to get experience in the game, which you need for spirit shards, obviously, but it's just always playing. There is not a way where you can say, oh, just purchase it there. It's always playtime. It's always is. This quest takes quite long, to be honest. How many kills do I have to get for that? It's actually crazy. If I use for World vs. World one set of gear and for PvE another one, want to try different weapons, then I should just switch them manually? Or is buying a build template worth it? So it depends how often you switch and how like much quality of life you want to have there. I personally think I have that for my main account, yes, because I don't like that to be stuck on switching weapons manually, which is really annoying if you use legendary weapons, because then you always have to change the stats again and stuff. That can be really, really bad. But definitely, I would say you have 2 for free. If you need more than that, sure, purchase it. But yeah, I mean, it's not the best investment, to be honest. I think it depends heavily on how much and how often you do it. But yeah, I think it can be good. It can be good. Okay, I have to blow up some boulders. I think I can't give you a definite answer to that, sadly. You have to find your own personal take there. Welcome, one more pull. Welcome, welcome. Okay, now we do this. Let's do it like that. Have a nice day as well, yeah? I'm doing good so far. I'm doing good. And we actually made some really good progress today, I have to be honest. I'm very surprised how fast we're leveling right now. Level 74 already. And the map completion is at 65%. So not too bad, not too bad. And do you think that's enough? Not sure. Yeah, see you, Mason. Thanks for joining in. Have a nice day. And as always, if anyone else has any questions, just let me know. I'm always happy to answer. Very good, we did it. Not doing one often right now, but for the future, they sometimes on sale. Yes, they are. I wouldn't say often, but they have a decent amount of sales coming over the course of a year. And then, of course, it's very worthwhile to get them. Like equipment templates, I think is probably the best template that in Guild Wars 2 exists for now. And I would definitely say that those are sometimes on sale. And when they're on sale, I like to get some of them here. I have on my main characters like typically 9 equipment templates because I just use them so often and frequently. But I definitely would say if you are a new player, it's not necessary. But if you get more experience and more like play different builds as well, I think that's definitely a decent way to try out new builds and have more fun with swapping builds around. I might die here. I might die here. Oh no. Yeah, now we are slowly getting at a point where my character is too weak. Oh no. Not good. Not good. Is it account locked? No. You have to. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. If you buy an equipment template, it is only for the specific character. So yeah, that is not the best investment of your money. If you play like only one character, it's good. If you play like 10 different characters, you have to get it for all of them again. So yeah, decide for yourself if that's worth it. The equipment templates, and all templates for that matter, are really like, you have to decide if that's worth the money, because like if you only play one character, it can be really good. But if you play multiple characters, it can be a pain to get all of them. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing a 0 to hero challenge, so I'm starting from a completely new account here and trying to reach a legendary before End of Dragons, legendary weapons to be specific, before End of Dragons, oh not End of Dragons, Visions of Eternity drops. And I'm currently at level 74. It's day 5 of the progression, and I have like 65% map completion, so I'm slowly getting there. On my main account though, I have of course a lot of hours, so I know how the game works. So I'm not new to the game, I'm just trying to get interesting new journey going for my dear new player friends here. No, I'm always happy to help, don't worry. Okay, so where were we going? We were on the other side of this river or what? On the other hand, build storage expansion is a big trap. Yes. So, I mean, there are some people that really say that's amazing, but I think it's not good. So you have 3 things in Guild Wars 2 if you don't know. You have equipment templates where you can save different loadouts for your equipment. It will only change the equipment, and before the fashion templates drop, it will also change the look of your equipment or how you look. So in this template I have nothing, in this template I have this one. You get 2 for free. Then you have the build templates, which you can see here, where you save your specific builds, not the gear, just the builds. So this means the traits and the utility skills and your profession skills. So if you have a specific like elite spec equipped and that kind of stuff, or pets and stuff, this will also be saved here. And the last thing is this on the left here, those equipment builds storage, yeah, where you can save specific builds and put them in this storage, like store here, and then it goes to this storage and you can use it on other characters as well. And then you can put it there and say make active template or something like that. It's really bad. It's really unnecessary in my opinion. It doesn't have any value. It's really like almost like useless. I never use it on my main account, even though I have like a lot of them lying around. It's really bad. For a new player, it's a big trap, I would say. It doesn't really provide any value, especially if you only play one character. It's almost useless. I don't know. I think it's really big trap. Really big trap. Yeah, I think they were just really in for the money at this one. They should have not split it in 3 ways. I think, to be honest, they either should have made infinite ones and have not split gear and build at all, or if they wanted to split gear and build, they should have at least not made this build storage, which is completely useless. So 2 things is good enough, not 3. It's too much, way too much. But now it's too late. Yeah. I think there will be fashion templates coming with the expansion on top of that as well. And I think there might be the 4th one. I think there might be a different one on top of that. Speaking of gear, I'm a relatively new player and I don't know what I will like, and I want to start getting ascended gear for my Necro. Should I go for Celestial or Berserker? So far I enjoy World vs. World, but want to start PvE like Strikes. I would say, as you can use level 80 boosts and they give you free exotic gear, I would say getting Berserker is a little bit more worth it because you have a different gear stat then and you can run 2 different types of builds then. But you should go for the one where you enjoy the playstyle of. So if you enjoy Reaper, for example, which is typically played as a power build or as a full Condi build, then you would not go with Celestial, but everything works. So if you have more like information, more details for me on which kind of build you are going for, then I can give you more takes on which kind of gear set you should go for. But I personally would say Berserker is always a good choice. And other than that, oh my god, it burst me so much with damage. It's actually, I really notice it now, that my gear is really underleveled. But yeah, I think Berserker is probably the safest bet, but Celestial can be fine as well. But like I said, Celestial is in that regard is a little bit like wasted because you can also get the Celestial gear from, or at least exotic Celestial gear from the level 80 boost from this item here. You get exotic level 80 Celestial gear from that, and it's obviously really good, and you don't need to go for Ascended right away. You can play a different build with Berserker gear, for example. Yeah. So I would recommend Berserker gear. And Celestial is very versatile, but don't forget on Reaper or Necromancer in general, there is only like Scourge and maybe, I mean, I don't know. You can, if you play a lot of World versus World, you can even play Celestial there, like on all of those. But if you play only PvE, it would only be really playable on a Scourge. Maybe on open world and a Reaper as well. Celestial is very flexible, that is true. But like I said, if you want to play like strike missions and stuff, I would not go for Celestial on Necromancer classically, with the exception of Scourge. If you're a Scourge main, then of course go for it. So far I enjoy all 3 specs, so I guess I need to decide that one first. Yeah, exactly. If you have something that you enjoy a lot, then I can give you more answers to what kind of builds you can play. But in general, you should go for the build that you enjoy, and then you go from there, like the gear you can get after that. But like I said, it's not a decision that is like written in stone in that regard. Gear in Guild Wars 2, even as Ascended gear, is not too hard to come by. So if you start with one that you might change in the future because you don't like it that much anymore at some point, there are worse things. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. So where are we? Some more quests. Okay, I guess that was expected. It's always the last thing that I need in the map completion. Very good. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm always happy to answer them here. So doesn't matter if you're a new player or veteran, I will try to answer all your questions. Okay. And I also want to mention here, I have a lot of cool videos coming up as well. So if you're interested in some more Guild Wars 2 content, even when I'm not streaming, you can also check out my YouTube channel, of course, where I really want to make some really nice guides as well in the future. I have some, or most of them already out as well, but some will be very exciting for new players as well that I have prepared. And if you have any ideas for guides that you also want to see in the future as well, just let me know, because I might actually don't know the problem for a new player, and then I can like make a video about this topic, and it can help other new players as well in the future. Is farming Eternal Ice Shards even worth it now, since the tier 3 materials dropped? So it depends. It highly depends, to be honest. I think in Guild Wars 2, the general rule of thumb is that you would not sell any or specifically farm anything like those materials that you can get in the material storage specifically for this material. You would typically, you're doing way better, like way better, if you would farm just gold, like generally farm anything that gives you gold, because that's in the long run the better thing to do, and then just purchase the stuff from the TP. So if you were farming Eternal the Ice Shards that you just mentioned, then I would say it's not worth it right now anymore to do it. And it is always a little bit better, in my opinion, to directly farm more gold and then purchase stuff from the TP. That's my general tip. But if you really like the role-playing aspect of it, that you say, okay, I like to farm this specific item because I killed a lot of those mobs and then I can use it for my legendary, sure, do it. But I personally think that's not the most efficient way to do it. No, I'm always happy to help. One more pull. Always happy to help. I wouldn't say the pro Guild Wars 2 gamers. I wouldn't say that, you know. There's always, Guild Wars 2 is such a huge game. There's always something to learn, you know. Even after playing over 10k hours, I can still tell you I don't know everything about the game. There's still a lot to learn. And that's just, I think that's part of the flair, why I actually like this game so much. There's always something that I can learn about it and improve at my gameplay in general, or just the mechanics or whatever I'm doing. I can always improve at something. I think that's really cool. We need some more quest progression. This is like one of the very annoying ones. Very annoying. Why does auto salvaging crafted gear for research now destroy FPS? That's a good question. You should ask that a developer. I can also tell you if you have the bank open or something like that while salvaging, that also makes the FPS drop. If you do all of that together, you really notice it. And if you like salvage automatically, like the research note stuff, for like, I don't know, 10 minutes straight, it's quite likely that your PC will crash. I don't know what the problem is, but it's crazy noticeable. Yeah, I really don't know what the problem is just specifically for this thing. But it's definitely noticeable, and doesn't matter what kind of PC you have, it always really melts your performance. So I guess you just have to accept it and maybe try to not like do it that much at a one time. I don't know. I really have no clue. Welcome, Generalism. Welcome. As a kind of new player, what would you say is the best way to get Ascended gear? Starting with level 80 Celestial booster gear? So the easiest way and the best way to always do it is the Wizard's Vault. Like the Wizard's Vault gives you so much Ascended gear for free. Like 3 armor pieces and 1 weapon pieces for like just playing the dailies and stuff. It's really, really good. Always get that one. And then you can also go for raids, strikes, fractals, PvP, World vs. World. All of those activities give you Ascended gear. So in my opinion, you should always try to find a game mode that you actually enjoy doing. Yeah. That you think is like worth for you to continue playing because you like this specific game mode. So if you like a lot of open world, or if you like a lot of World vs. World, go into World vs. World, yeah, and play there, and you will be able to purchase Ascended gear from a vendor there. If you want a very detailed answer to what gear is very fast to get on what specific game mode and stuff, you can check out my Ascended gear guide on my YouTube channel, which is very concise and summarizing all the videos, all the possible acquisition methods. But it's like there are so many nowadays to get this that I would say just find something that you enjoy. Like if you like doing fractals, then farm fractals. If you like doing World vs. World, do World vs. World. And just continue doing that, and you will get the reward and the currency that you need to get the specific vendor unlocked and the vendor purchase materials and currency there, and you can just purchase it there. That's what I would say. And then you can go from there. But the fastest way would be a mix of those, like going for different ones all the time. Where am I going? Okay. And just a mix of those would be the fastest. Why I would probably go as a new player with exotic gear. I would go into tier 1 fractals, and I would also go into strike missions. That's what I will do because I like instance content in Guild Wars 2. That's why I'm playing that. But if you're not up for that, then there are other methods as well. And for trinkets, I would farm Living World Season 3. This is amazing. Or the Laurel Merchant. The Laurel Merchant also has Ascended gear available, so you can get this there as well and purchase it for laurels. So you might not have that many laurels, but the ones that you have, you might spend on that one. Stuff like that. I hope that helps. You can't change the stats of rings. The only exception to that are Bloodstone, from Bloodstone fan rings. Other than that, sadly, you can't change that. Rings are weird, or trinkets in general are weird. You can't change the stats of those with a few exceptions. So sadly, no. Sadly, not able to change it. I miss a Vista. Oh no. For Ascended weapons, I advise getting into Elite Specialization collections. That's a good point as well. You can get them from specific collections. And some of them are very easy to get. Some of them are a little bit more annoying. But definitely a good point there. Good point there by chat. And I think that's definitely something that I would consider if you like achievement hunting. Of course, some of them can be like quite painful if you don't have the specific region or you don't have everything unlocked already. But it's definitely, in my opinion, something that might be worth it to consider, because those are obviously weapons that are suited to your specific class. Then, so if you're playing a Weaver, you get there a sword unlocked. That's really cool. So it can help you in the long run for sure. Welcome, Necros. Welcome. I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing fine as well. And if you have any more questions, just let me know. Okay, where's the next thing to do? Oh, it's there. Okay, not too bad then. Opening stacks of Rift covers crashed my PC too, back when they turned the essences and currency. Yeah, that's so weird. I really don't know what the problem there is. But I think it's not something that you encounter like every single day, so I think it's okay. But it's still definitely annoying that there are some things that just, I don't know, crash the game in the background. We also had some really weird bugs in the past, that specific backpacks, especially on Mesmer, when you equip them and you change the colors or something, then somebody else's PC was like completely crazy, too much, and was crashing because of that. It was crazy. It was, I don't know what, sometimes it's really weird. Oh, it's here, okay. So I don't know what's happening there in the background, in the back end of them. Okay, we need two more quests. Okay, it's this one. Perfect, I could help, that's good. Living World Season 3 has some really cool ones, like the blood ones, that you can reset stats for free. Exactly. That's one of the rare exceptions where you can actually reset like the stats of like rings specifically. That's like very, very rare. So that can be really good. And you can farm them quite easily in Bloodstone Fen, at least in my opinion. So that's a good choice. Yeah, Living World Season 3 overall is probably the best way to farm trinkets in general. Back pieces, rings, accessory, like amulets, all of that can be farmed in the Living World Season 3. You just have to like have those maps unlocked, and then you have a quite easy time, to be honest, to get those. You just have to commit a little bit of time there in those maps and you get the ascended trinkets. It's really nice. It's probably what I will do here on this account as well. When I reach level 80. I'm almost there, level 75. Almost there. What exotics ascended set do you plan to acquiring first? So I will get celestial gear from the booster. From my level 80 booster. I will get celestial gear for sure. And then I will get some ascended berserker gear, I think. I'm not completely sure yet if it will be berserker. I have to really find like a reason to get berserker gear or get like harrier gear, because both of them are definitely fine. I want to play the healer, of course, as well. So yeah, I'm not sure if healer is the better choice to go for tier 4 fractals as a healer or to go for tier 4 fractals as a DPS. So with berserker gear, I'm not completely sure yet. I think it will be harrier, to be honest. I might actually have harrier there, but not completely 100% sure yet. Oh, there are so many here. I think I can't like. Boom. That's not good. There are too many here. I might die again. No. Okay, at least there's someone that helps me. That's good. I can get out now. Very good. The Falling Star quest line, that is true. The Falling Star quest line also gives you some kind of ascended weapon. It's some Astral Acclaim that you can get there, and then to use for that, and then you actually, oh, it's Tickwaddle. Nice. Let's join Tickwaddle. That's a very good lucky thing that I could get just in time. That's very good. I will not get this burst phase anyway. Now I have to decrease my character model limit though. Okay, that's very good. I get some nice gold and experience from that. That's good. We like that. Very good. So if you're lucky and get a map where actually the world boss is currently done, you can actually just join and get some gold from there. Not bad, not bad. My first world boss on this account. Very good. And getting some loot here as well. Like maybe I'm lucky, you know. Tickwaddle always gives me some gold, that's good. And in general, definitely worth it for my gold progression already. So I'm started farming now. Apparently. Yeah, Living World is, I would say, not necessary for you to get, to be honest. There are a lot of things that you can get on the Living World, which is definitely good if you are story in China. But if you don't care too much about the story, I would say Living World Season 3 and Living World Season 4 are amazing for just general like usefulness, because Living World Season 3 for Ascended Trinkets and Living World Season 4 specifically for gold farming and like volatile magic farming and that kind of stuff. So I think those two are probably the best Living World seasons that you should get, in my opinion, if you are only out for the gameplay. But of course, all of them give you some kind of like gameplay addition, story progression, maybe even maps and stuff. So I think all of them are worth it. but those two are definitely the ones that give you the most return of investment, so to say. Yeah. But like I said, it's like, I think every single piece of content that you can purchase in the game is like very worth purchasing. Like you get more content for, so to say, free for just spending some gold in the game. I think that's definitely a good thing. So when you get to Ember Bay, will we get a clean run of Chalice of Tears? I think not. I definitely think not. I think that will only happen if I ever will go for the coming back to. Oh my god, I got so many different like achievements right now from killing Tick-Wattle. I might not even get there in time. Okay, I will get there in time to do some damage. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the Chalice of Tears. I'm not so sure. Oh, my DPS is so high. It's crazy. Like core Mesmer DPS. Almost 7k DPS. Not bad, not bad. Okay. And that's why you should play Power, by the way. If you play Condi in open world for meta events and stuff, you will get absolutely like no damage out. The fight is over before anything else happens. So really, play Power for world bosses. I just got my Gem Aura outfit from Random Wardrobe. I mean, congrats. That's what you want. Very good. That's why sometimes you're very lucky with the wardrobe unlocks. If you want a legendary amulet, need to do Living World Season 2, 3, and 4? Yes. I think that's completely fine. I think if going for a legendary, you have to do this at once. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But you don't have to do it like right now. You can do it at some point and you will be fine. So in my opinion, that's a good compromise. At least for me. I really think so. Maybe, almost, yeah. I mean, core Mesmer is so bad in terms of DPS, you know, there is like, I'm using like currently Chaos Straightline because it gives me stability, but the damage numbers on core Mesmer are just really bad, and then you have almost no like, other, like, my gear is so bad as well, it's like, I would never play this as a DPS, it's just for leveling right now, and then I will probably play healer and go from there and start with Chronomancer. I also have to unlock the rival though. That's quite important. The rival unlock will happen very soon as well, because that's just so important to get the unlock there. Because like playing heal Chronomancer without this specific weapon setup, ooh, I'm not sure. That's definitely something that I need to consider very soon. Getting the rival. We're almost level 76. I think Tick-Wattle will bring me guaranteed to level 76. So maybe we can still reach level 80 today. We will see. Crazy. I can recommend buying all the cheap skins so you don't accidentally get those unlocks. Exactly. That's like recommended. Getting the minis, getting the dice and stuff. Or already level 76. It's definitely recommended. But only if you, of course, want to get the guaranteed wardrobe unlock at some point. Oh my god. Look at my ping now. Or my response time of the server is like crazy bad. But yeah, that's the first world boss. Let's see what we get. Maybe we get an ascended weapon. We get like 5, 10, 25, 35 achievement points from killing one Tick-Wattle. Like, that's nice. Okay, let's see what we get here from this box. And we got a lot of experience here. A lot of experience. Like almost a whole level from Tick-Wattle. But you can also, nice, we got an achievement point chest, some gold, some laurels, nice, some permanent magic find increase, very good as well. An achievement box, I have to be careful though that my inventory is not getting too full. I get a mastery point, that was like very rewarding. I got my level up, of course. And you can, by the way, if you don't know, the boxes, the wiggly boxes here, most of them can be, if you click on them with the left click, it shows up this event reward and you have to accept it again. If you right click those boxes, it instantly goes in your inventory. So you can loot a little bit faster. Just a small quality of life thing here. Right clicking makes it faster than left clicking. Works for almost all the boxes. Not all of them, but for almost all of them. So last quest for this specific map. And this one is a little bit annoying because I think you have to get this specific weapon there from this thing guy, and then I can shoot some lightning bolts and stuff. Very good. And I have to kill enemies with this. Okay. You could do the heal DPS Mirage from your guide. Yeah, I think that would actually be that. I was thinking about that, but the thing is, I have to get all the unlocks, you know, the hero points and stuff for that to make this work. I think that would be my go-to option if I would choose Celestial Gear. But I'm not sure if I want to play DPS Mirage as well, because DPS Mirage is not power based, and I want to get a power build. So yeah, maybe I will actually get Mirage first and get Chronomancer second, and play until then play some kind of Celestial Mirage, because that's like very good. As this some DPS, this has some healing in there. Just a very, very nice flexible, or has a lot of healing in there. Just a very flexible class in general. So yeah, maybe good choice. So many options. So many options. But one thing after the other. One thing after the other. Yeah, exactly. Confuse the tier 1 other players there. Yeah, I think, to be honest, they might be confused anyway. It doesn't matter what kind of thing I play. If I play anything that is somewhat reasonable good, they will probably be quite confused if it works. Why this fractal is so easy? You know, if you have all the boons, why is that so easy? Yeah, I think that is definitely, that will happen anyway. It doesn't matter what kind of build you're playing. You know, if you have 5 people that are just very new to the game, they will probably not know what is happening. If you have one person that is actually competent and knows what they are doing in fractals, you can carry them so hard and get so much like progress done very fast. I think they will be very confused anyway. Okay. No, that's the first transmutation charge today. 3 keys and 1 transmutation charge. Okay, not too bad though. And we get some loot here again. A lot of loot actually. Level 60 gear. Okay, we can equip this, not bad. That was like white gear, okay. No. Inventory is too full for me, not good. Okay, do we have something that we can delete? That one we can delete, okay. Slowly cleaning up the inventory here before we go to the next map. What will be the next map? It's not this one, that's too high level for now. We could do Timberline Forest, to be honest. Yeah, Iceblood Saga is amazing, also for the story and the strike missions and stuff. I really like Iceblood Saga, that is true. Yeah. Good point, good point. Yeah, stimmt. That's a good point. They don't have arc DPS, so they wouldn't know if it's like good or not. That's a good point. But they will know that they will just progress way faster. You know, that's something that the new players would notice, of course, as well. So I think there will be some confusion going on anyway if they have, for instance, like 10 boons just because I'm playing a decent support build. They will notice this. They will notice this. I do daily fractals with your nearly 1 button quickness pistol Deadeye and really enjoying it now. Already on 15 Agony Resist. Perfect. Yeah, it's really a good build. It's a really strong build as well for a lot of players, especially if you're new and don't want to press like crazy amounts of buttons. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, so we want to clean up the inventory here a bit. We have a key. That's good. We already have the bank almost full. That's not good. We don't need that. And can sell stuff now. That's good. We have some boosts. It's just some blackline stuff here. Don't need that one though. And now we clean the rest of the inventory, and then we can finally go to the next map here. Oh, we have tick wattle thing. Okay, we don't need that. Oh, I guess we can use it for our... No, I can't use it yet. Oh no. Okay, then we will destroy it. So much stuff. Can we sell some stuff? Very good. Why is that so expensive? Get some money that way. Very good. More gold, more stuff. Get to the vendor. Very nice. It will be a super smooth run. Yeah, I think so. Yes. Yes, this is a new account. This is the whole journey. 0 to hero. Oh, so much gold. Look at this. 30 silver, you know. 14 gold already. It's like, Tick Wattle was boosting my account gold so much. Very good. Ooh, 74 spear. Like, now we're getting somewhere. Like, this is insane level. Wait, this... Yeah, this one is Berserker. This is what we want. Very good. And what's that? No, no, no. Everything not good. Wait, is that better? No, it's rampages. Okay. That's better for sure. We have a torch now. Should we equip the torch? Nah. It's a focus. No, no. Everything, no. So we will just salvage everything. Okay, we are slowly making this inventory clean again. It looks disgusting, to be honest. We just salvaged it. No, we can't salvage it. We can just sell it. Okay, then we'll sell it. Okay. Can I salvage those? Yes, very good. Nice, we got some ectos. Very good. Crazy. Look at the value, you know, the account value. Ooh, 3 gold already, like from the ectos. Yeah, that will be the easiest challenge of my life, you know, getting the legendary so fast, like it's almost level 80 already. Very good. Probably should have waited until level 80 to open those, but come on, I want to clean my inventory. Yeah, could, like, interesting cosplay for sure, yeah. Any specific plans after reaching level 80? I will go and try to go into Iceblood Saga Strike missions and Fractals as soon as possible, but first I have to unlock my elite spec, of course, so that's the first thing. Elite spec and auto loot. Those two are my top tier things to get done. For sure. It's only a Rampager's greatsword, but it's so much better than my currently greatsword that I have to equip it, even though it's the wrong stats. I need some more salvage piece. Okay. It looks way better now, I have to be honest, looks way better. So much cleaner, very nice, that's what we want. Now we go one last time to the bank and we are good. We could also get already the Mystic Salvage Kit. Like, we have Mystic Forge Stones from the reward, from the, how's it called, achievement points. So we can get the Mystic Salvage Kit actually. So if you don't know, you can get a Mystic Salvage Kit, which is like 250 usage of those rare salvage kits by combining those 4 items together. So one Fine Salvage Kit, one Masterwork Salvage Kit, and Journeyman Salvage Kit, or Master Salvage Kit rather, sorry. And the Mystic Forge Stones, I think you need 3 of those. And you can combine it in the Mystic Forge. Let me put that in the bank and then I will showcase that in the Mystic Forge, like here in Lion's Arch. Just talk to it, use, double click, double click, double click, double click, and then Forge, and you get the Mystic Salvage Kit, which has 250 uses of the biggest or the most like lucrative one to salvage, and that's very good for rare gear. More about that in my salvage guide, of course, but still very, very good. And this will go in the bank. Guess we can also open the key for now. Yeah. Wish me luck. Next key opening. Yeah. Is Focus the weapon with the worst skins in the game? I mean, it depends heavily on who you asked, but I'm not there are some really, really crazy Focus skins. Some of them are good, but most of the Focus skins are not that exciting. They are the most crazy weapon, that much is for sure. Okay, nothing, who would have thought. But a little bit of gold, some Blackline statuettes, I guess. And we are slowly making some progress, I have to be honest. Really good progress. You also can now go to the trading post. I wanted to get the Bind 6 Lightborn skins or Slumbering Lightborn weapon skins to your account. To do that, I purchased some from the, or pre-ordered some from the trading post over the course of the last few days. I actually got all of them, so now we can do this, and the rest that we don't need, we will sell. So that's quite good to get some ectos out. And when you salvage stuff that you don't have the skin of, you will unlock the skin. The same goes for Mystic Forge stuff, with some exceptions. If you put Mystic Forge stuff in and forge it, you will unlock the skin because you bound it to your account while doing so. There are some exceptions, like miniatures for example, but weapon skins generally work like that. So if you salvage them or Mystic Forge them, they will get unlocked. So I will do that. So we have 4 bound now, 5 bound now, 6 bound now. And there we go, we have 150 more Astral Acclaim, like easy. and we now can sell the rest of them because there's actually some margin here to like pre-order and sell order, so we can just make some money by doing this as well. So there's that. Very good. I ordered more than 6, of course, because I did not know which one will arrive. So I got now more of them, and I just sell them for a higher price and made some money in the progress, I guess. So very good. There we go. 16 gold. Now we can go to the next map and go and continue from there. We wanted to go Timberline Forest. 66% map completion already. Looks good so far. As always, if you have any questions, let me know. Let me know, and I can hopefully answer them. So, you're already directly in the quest. Where's the quest? Why is it not popping up? Weird. Ah, because it's in the north part here. Okay, very good. Binding of Apples is a very cool legendary, that is true. Some people don't like it, that it's so like aggressively big, but I think it's a very cool, unique legendary skin. And it's probably one of the most unique skins in general, but also for focus. So I definitely see that. And yeah, I think there are some weapon skins that are really bad for focus though, or a lot of them actually. But some of them are really cool and unique. I think focus has the widest spread of how they look like. I finally got yesterday autoload, and fun fact, I still continue smashing F button after anything you kill. Yeah, that will go away after a while, because autoload is just so good. You know, you don't have to remember it anymore. It's just such a good like quality of life thing. I actually can't imagine playing the game forever with like no autoload on. It's so much quality of life. It's crazy. Bella, you said something about getting your first legendary on this account. Which one will you aim for? So my goal is to reach this goal before the Visions of Eternity expansion drops. That's like the whole progress of this journey should be done before the Visions of Eternity expansion drops. The Visions of Eternity expansion drops in 52 days, like you can see here, 52 days. And I will try to get the legendary before then. Which one I will go for is not 100% decided yet. For me, I'm pretty sure it will be Sunrise, which is the Greatsword legendary. Why is that? Because I can get it from the Wizard's Vault, half of it almost, from the Legendary Starter Kit. And that's obviously helping me quite a lot to progress very fast there. But even if I would not get this there, I would like just to have to farm a little bit more gold than I normally would have to do it right now. But I think it's definitely still reasonable, because a lot of players, new players, would have the same option. Like every new player would have the same option to get Sunrise right now. So I think it's a fair thing to do, to go for that, but it will probably be Sunrise, yes. What weapons would you pair with Greatsword besides Longbow for Dragon Hunter? You can either use the Spear instead of the Longbow, or you can use, even if you wanted to, Sword Focus or Sword. Both of that works fine. Choose the one that you like the look of, the gameplay of. The best option is available on Snowcrows, which is currently the best DPS option. Will probably include a Spear and a Greatsword or something like that. But it's not necessary. It's definitely not necessary. I want that Warhorn for Tempest. Yeah. I think there are so many. The big Warhorn you're talking about is really fun because it's so big. Like if you blow that Warhorn, it gets so big. Sorry for the weird things here, but it's true. It's like half the character size. It looks also quite cool, yeah. I think it's called Verderek, and it's a cool legendary skin. Not a lot of people have it though, because it's Generation 2, and Generation 2 is one of the most expensive legendary generations to get. And yeah, it's also it's also a little bit annoying to craft, but it's definitely a cool skin. Exactly. Sounds a bit weird if you put it like that. It was not my intent. I mean, it's just a big weapon. That's what it is. I think it's not getting better if I explain it. I think, to be honest. Okay. Oh, there is a mastery point. I should get that when I'm already there. No, it's on top of that. Okay, then not. I saw the Heal Alacrity Willbender guide that you did and really wanted to try it. Would you go with Hammer or Spear? So both of them are completely fine. I think there is not a big like difference in between spear or hammer. I think staff is like very good for healing. Spear is very good in terms of flexibility. It has CC, it has some boons, it has some condition cleanses and stuff. So I think spear is a very good alternative. And hammer is like the easiest access. Like just spamming the auto attack like I did in this video, it's the easiest part. But there are a lot of different weapons that you could choose if you're not going for low intensity. There are so many different options. So I think you should try out different ones, find the one that is the most useful one for you. Just think about it. If you're the healer, you should also try to aim for getting a lot of fury for your party. And if you're going, for example, for staff and I don't know, another weapon that is not spear or axe, you will lack fury uptime. So you should find a way to either have a party member that gives permanent fury, or you should give some other way to give some fury to your allies. But fury is really important. If you're playing a support and you don't provide fury to your party, that's not good. You will definitely notice a big DPS loss then and people will complain. So just mentioning here. How to choose the right world versus world? So that's not... Guild Wars 2 has a really weird system nowadays. Or if you choose any server in the beginning of the game, it does not matter. Why does it not? Because you just choose like NA or EU. That's the only thing. Like you choose those two. Wait, I wanted to get the quest, but they are not here anymore. Okay. So yeah. So does world versus world matter? No. And you can't choose it anymore. So if you want to get to world versus world, you want to... Wait, what? Okay, I can't... What? Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. So the thing is, you have to get to world versus world, and you are changing your server depending on the guild that you chose. So the guild is, so to say, giving you the thing. I was here before. Oh my god. Yeah. So the thing is that you really want to be in a guild, because the guild defines where you go with your server. This is an alliance system rework. It's a little bit weird for new players. You will get matched randomly with other people if you don't assign a guild, but the servers don't exist in that regard anymore. So you can't really choose the world other than choosing the guild, and the guild will be assigned with other guilds. That's how it works. Yeah. Welcome, MMO Chino. Welcome. Welcome, Alka, as well. There's no longer worlds, exactly. Yeah, so it's like a little bit weird to understand for a new player, but it makes it actually easier, because you just go into the guild with people that you like, that you want to play with, and you will be matched with them if you assign the world versus world guild, that is. So it's actually an easier system, but it makes world versus world, which is in the name, a little bit harder to understand how you actually get this world selected. You don't do it, it's passively done in the background. So it's a little bit weird in that regard, but it's definitely helping new players a little bit to not be forced on servers or something that we had in the past. That's not necessary anymore. I got a bunch of tokens from raids. It says you can consume them or trade them to earn a guild decoration. So that is like, if you are in a guild, it will give them automatically when you double click it or when you use it. It will put it in the guild storage, so to say. But those tokens I would not consume for the first time when you do that, because they are considered kill proof. So how often you kill the boss, because they will only drop once a week in a specific amount. So you should save them if you're a new player and did raids for the first time, because that will prove that you did the raid boss before. And if you have more of those, you can prove that you did the raid boss more often. That is the whole thing. So better save them. For example, I on my main account, I never consumed any of them. You can just like save them up in your bank or your storage characters, you know, if you have so many as I do, and just save them. And then in the long run, you will be able to prove that you did like Veil Guardian for 100 times or something. That's the idea there. It's just the one way to find people that are somewhat like experienced. Doesn't mean that someone that killed Veil Guardian 100 times is actually good at it. Just saying, but it can be a kill proof. That's what the community does, at least. Is there a cool legendary shield? So I mean, it depends what you define as cool. I like the Flameseeker Prophecies. I think that's a very cool skin. I like that. It's very, like, very original and has some Guild Wars 1 reference as far as I understand it. But the Oreen one looks okay as well. I think they are not too bad. Like, is it called Scale, I think? Oreen Scale. Yeah. Like, this is also not too bad. It's a big shield, but it's quite glowy. I think my favorite skin for a shield that is actually not like legendary actually is the Ghastly Grinning Shield. It's such a classic. I use it on my main account on Warrior just for the memes. That's such a classic shield. It's so good. It's so good. But of course it's not legendary. But you can transmute it over to legendary. That's what I do all the time. It's such a cool skin. It's such a classic. But yeah, there are a lot of skins. It depends heavily on who you ask what's the best. I personally like the Flameseeker Prophecies quite a lot. I can show that to you as well in a second. But yeah, there are a lot of cool skins. You don't even have to always use legendary skins. There are so many good skins, even expensive ones or cheap ones that are actually looking quite good as well. But of course I can understand if you craft a legendary and you want to see a very prestigious item that is also good looking, then I can definitely understand it as well. There we go. Next quest. We are level 77. We are getting somewhere. I would also save the KP, yeah, exactly. Tormented Shield is also very good. Yeah, Tormented Shield I like. There are a lot of cool skins nowadays. There are so many skins. That's why I'm a skin collector in Guild Wars 2, even though I'm not like using them that often. I think there are so many cool ones to collect. So let's look at the Flameseeker's Prophecy as well. Here it is. So it has some book on the background, classic shield vibes, and if you equip it, it gets some nice glow to it and the pages turn and stuff. It's a very classic skin, not too like flashy, but it's quite nice, quite classic. Generation 1 after all. Yeah. To get into Iceblood Saga Strikes, should I finish the story first? I mean, the question is, do you like the story? If you do, finish it. If not, you can still go into strike missions and don't have to finish the story. At least not all of it. So I personally would say you can start doing the strike missions and then go into the story again, because the strike missions you can repeat daily and get more rewards if you do it every single day. So in my opinion, it is the best part about strike missions is that you can do them daily. So I would instantly, when I get level 80 and have the time for it, will start doing the strike missions, because they are daily kept and give you really good gold per hour if you calculate it. So I will definitely go in there and get that done. But if you want to finish the story first, because there might be some bosses that you see in the story for the first time, sure, go for it. But I would say it's not necessary. And in terms of for the long run, it's probably the safer bet to say, I will go for the strike missions, because they will give you a little bit more gold over the course of time if you start as soon as possible. World vs. World guild or player, you know. Enter World vs. World. Yeah, exactly. I see. Thanks for the comprehensive answer. No problem. Always happy to help. And if you have any questions and maybe I did not answer like well enough, just repeat it and just tell me more details and I will get to hopefully answer it better. Yeah. I'm still waiting for Aviator sunglasses to come back in the rotation. Yeah, those are so good. I actually, that's one of the rare skins that I use on my main account sometimes on some characters as well. You know, normally I don't switch my looks around, but this is one of the cool looks that I actually like to have on some characters. Okay. I'm not sure if we can reach level 80 today, to be honest. It is close. Will be close. Very close. Are strike missions hard compared to fractals? So it depends on which kind of strike missions you're going for. Some of the strike missions are very easy, like the Iceblood Saga strike missions. Some of the strike missions can get a little bit more challenging than most fractals. I personally would say... just pressing random buttons here. So I would say personally that most strike missions are similar in terms of level from fractals, easy fractals at least, but when the fractal level increases, fractals get more challenging, if you go for challenge modes, strike missions can be more challenging as well. It depends on which strike boss you're going for. The only big difference is that strike missions are 10-person content, whereas fractals are 5-person content. At least they are designed that way. So that means to some extent, it is a little bit... Yeah, it will be to some extent depending on which kind of group you find faster. At least for me, that's the big difference there. I'm 99% sure I saw some aviator sunglasses in the shop for 120 or something. I'm not sure. I have not looked for them because I obviously always have them already. Sadly, the event is not up. If the event would be up here, that would be amazing. I could kill some Krite and I would be done with this event, with this quest. I will come back later. Timberland Forest is such a nice map. Yeah, I think it's so like it's one of the core maps, and it still feels so amazing from the looks of it. Like it's probably a lot of the people in the community would agree that this is one of the nicest looking maps in core, if not the whole game. It's so nice with the sky, with the mountains and the watery theme on there as well. It's very good. Yeah, very good. What do you think about Warrior in PvP? So Warrior in PvP, Spellbreaker in particular, is actually a very good Warrior build right now. You can play it as a support, you can play it as a DPS or side noding build. Yeah, it's definitely a build that I would recommend if you're a Warrior main. It's probably the best Warrior build right now. Berserker and Bladestone are just way worse. I would definitely say that the best Warrior build is Spellbreaker right now, and it's definitely a rather high tier build. Yeah, I would say A, and the support build maybe even S tier. It's really, really good. I played it a few, I think yesterday or the day before that, and I played a ranked match in Platinum. It's like a small story here, story time. Played it in Platinum, and I was playing, I'm not joking, I was playing support, and we were 4 people in our team only because one of our players was just not loading in the match. They had a DC or whatever. And we were playing for, I think it was 6 minutes straight. 6 minutes. And I was playing the support Spellbreaker in Platinum. And we actually won the match. We won the match. Like a classic 4 versus 5. We won the match. And I was playing support Spellbreaker. So yes, the build is good. You can play it. Warrior is really good right now. Of course, we had other good players. Otherwise, we would not have won. But that's cool. I always liked that. The player loaded in after 6 minutes, but the match was over after 8. So it was not really mattering too much. But it was cool. I missed the big one. That's a little bit sad, but okay. I really need some advice. I'm a total noob, and I'm interested on Mechanist, easy gameplay, but I want to use Vindicator so bad. Does the mechanic is really that far away from Mechanist? Yeah. Mechanist and Vindicator are completely different. I would definitely say that much. Does it mean you can't play them? No. Just go for both of them if you want to, or choose the one that you enjoy. Mechanist is very easy. I would say Vindicator is not the hardest class, but it's definitely not as easy as Mechanist is. So choose the one that you like the look of more, or go for one first and go for this other one second. But both of them are definitely like very good right now, and they are set, but they are not like the same. They are completely different mechanics, I would say. There are a lot of different Mechanist builds. There are not that many different Vindicator builds. So maybe that's also something that you want to consider. But yeah, it's definitely Vindicator plays more melee focused, whereas Mechanist can be very range focused if you wanted to with Rival. But Mechanist is way easier to get into, I would also say, even though Vindicator is not the hardest one either. So yeah, I can't give you more answers than that, sorry. That's just like choose what you like the look of, what you like the gameplay of, and it's good in either way. What characters and builds would you suggest for Fractals for someone who is not too good? Easy one. So I really like to recommend for Fractals Reaper. I think if you want to play a DPS in Fractals, one of the best ones to play there is Reaper. Because it's very flexible in terms of like it's tanky, it has some CC in there, it has good burst damage, it can have some range damage in there. I don't know. I think Reaper is a very good suggestion. but you can also go for Scrapper, which is not the easiest to play, but it has so much defenses and stuff in the kit and super speed and stuff that it's also very good. But you should always choose a class that you enjoy the look of. Especially in easy fractals, you can slowly learn your class, which is way more important than starting a class that some content creator told you is easy and you have no fun on it. So, and then you learn the class. I think it's way better to start on a class that is easy, or that you enjoy the look of, and you learn it over the course of this journey. Because at the beginning, it doesn't really matter. Fractal tier 1s are very easy. You will see that when I get to it, probably next week, and they are really not too bad to get into. Exactly. Play what you enjoy. I'm always happy to answer questions like that. Don't worry, always happy. Expansion is now next month. I hope they can fix for Conduit. Yeah, I think Conduit is, like, in my opinion, one of the things that is the most likely to get a crazy rework, because a lot of people said they don't like it, and that's what ArenaNet is obviously after with the beta event, some feedback like that. So I really think they will give some heavy lifting to that one. Does it mean it will be absolutely the best on something? Maybe, hopefully, but I doubt it. I think it will be getting some boons and stuff, at least. And if we are lucky, we even get some more F skills or something like that. But I think the boons are almost guaranteed, to be honest, that we get more boons. I really think so. Very good. Yeah, I mean, looks good so far. Good progress today. Like 67 map completion and almost level 80. Yeah, not too bad, to be honest. What's the percentage chance that one of the expansion maps won't have a working LFG category or one at all? I, to be honest, would say that it's quite low. My prediction is that it would be like very low, because they actually noticed it last time. And this expansion, they are looking to make an LFG rework or something, or hopefully. That's I take it already for granted, you know, with the core feature rework, but I actually have no clue if that will happen. It's just something that that's like, for me, core rework sounds like LFG, you know, but maybe that's not gonna happen. So maybe they will forget it again, but I doubt it. I actually think it's something that they are really like interested to make work, because LFG is obviously, it's an MMO. You want to engage with other people to some extent at least, and the LFG is really core for that. So I actually expect that to work. I really think so. But like I said, I have no clue if the LFG rework will really happen. I think it could happen. It's very nice and would be really good for the game, but they could also have completely different things in mind. But it makes sense to me with the merge of the raids and the strikes as well. So maybe we'll get it. I still have my hopes up for that one. They noticed. I mean, they noticed, you know, in the end they noticed. 3 weeks. Yes. I assume we won't find out about any elite spec changes until the patch notes just before the expansion release. Yeah, my prediction is that we will get the expansion drop on a Tuesday, like it's guaranteed 28th of October. And I think we will get the patch notes then and the changes. If we are lucky, if we are really lucky, we get a developer livestream before that where they talk about the balance changes and stuff, but I'm not sure. There is no indication of that, so could be, but I doubt it. My suggestion is my prediction is that they are probably like busy with reworking stuff and making new stuff for the mechanics and for the expansion. So I think we will not see anything from them before that, sadly. What do you think about solo open world builds? Does that need it, or is there always someone to help you fight something? So I have on my YouTube channel a lot of solo builds. So I personally really enjoy build crafting them. Are they required? I would say for 90% of the people, no. Because if you just run around in open world and have some fun, you don't have to have like a crazy optimized solo build. But if you want to play, like, for example, Heart of Thorns hero points solo, or if you want to solo bounties, or just want to be really safe while doing stuff and not being forced to always have allies around, then it can be really good to have a build like that, like insanely good, because it's very self-sufficient, very independent. So I would say it's not required, but it can make your journey, especially if you're new to the game or if you're someone that doesn't like to engage with a lot of other people, way more enjoyable. But that's why I have so many different guides about those in my YouTube channel, because I like to play the game like this to some extent. I don't want to like crazy set up my squad or my party all the time to kill specific bosses in the open world. I just want to blast them, you know, I just want to do it alone and just get it done. And that works most of the time if you have the solo builds. So that's why I would say there is a place for that, but it's not required. Hopefully that answers your question, because I can't give you a better answer than that, I would say. Did EOD have multiple beta events? No. So there was exactly one beta event for EOD. And in there, one of the biggest things that I always bring up was that the Untamed Elite spec back then was really clunky and really boring. It didn't have that much. And that was the feedback from a lot of people. Untamed looks bad. Please rework it or something like that. And there was not another beta event after that, but they actually reworked it quite a bit. So they gave it, for example, the, what's it called? The ambush mechanic. The ambush mechanic was not in the beta, but this is some of the key feature of Untamed right now, is that you have this ambush skills with the unleashing. So they did quite a bit of reworking there. And I hope that they will do that exactly for Conduit as well. That's my big hope, that there will be a big cool rework that helps Conduit in a way that you can make it very, very, like, that is very fun to use. Imagine a dev balance live stream. Yeah, then Solar walks in. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Those builds, yeah, Snow Bleach, those builds. But I think there are so many builds, you know, that it doesn't only mean that there is only this specific one. There are so many good builds. I have so many on my YouTube channel. Some of them are similar or the same as Lord Hyacint's, yes. But some of them are completely self-cooks or someone else's cooks, and they are so good as well. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 has so much build crafting, especially when it comes to solo builds. So you should just try and find different builds that you enjoy the look of, and then you have a really good solo build with it. Like, my goal is to make a solo build for each specific elite spec. The only one that is missing right now is Weaver, and I can tease you here a bit. Weaver will come next week as well. So there is a solo build for each single elite spec, and most of them actually have multiple ones. So yeah, it's really good. Good times to be a solo player, I would say, in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, exactly. So like Alka puts it, there was not like an elite spec beta that was like multiple times that you could play. Like 2 weeks ago, it was like Mesmer, and next week it's Mesmer again. No, it was only once for each class, but it was not necessarily like multiple specs, so iterations of the specs we couldn't see. So I would say it was very similar to this beta. And I think it is, to be honest, at least for me as a content creator, it was quite good that it was, this time it was a whole week of all of them. I think it is better than trying like over the weekend only 3 of them, because then I could really focus on theory crafting and everyone was playing the beta event and not only like a couple of people that enjoyed those specific classes. But maybe that's just me. I think either way, the beta is over and we don't know when we will get the next one. Maybe we will never get another elite spec coming. We will see. I have multiple solo ranger builds on YouTube. Yeah, I have 2 Untamed builds. I have 1 Soul Beast solo build, and I have 1 Druid on solo build as well. So Untamed is the only one with 2 on ranger, but in total I have 4 solo ranger builds. Yeah. How long would it take to get 100 testimonials of Jade Heroics? Not that long. It takes not that long. I don't have a number in head, but it's like a couple of hours. It's not too bad. If even. It depends a bit how fast you are. Yeah, the Druid build is really fun. I really like the Druid build. It's really, really strong. I was trying multiple Weaver builds, and I was thinking about going for Power Weaver, but it's so squishy. It's like so squishy. Like the problem is, if you have a solo build that is not Condi favored, then you are going obviously power, and you have to get some really tankiness going any other way, you know, because if you play a power build that has good sustain, but you're playing full Berserker, you get like 1 shot by some attacks or 2 shot. And that's obviously not good. So I was going, oh my god, I'm just seeing again. No, okay. So I was playing Power Weaver, but it is so squishy. No, light armor class with low health pool. It's so squishy. It's so squishy. I really thought about making a Power Weaver solo build, but it's just not working that well. I really tried. I really did. But it didn't work that well, sadly. It's like, yeah, sadly, it's a Condi focused one. But it is really good. Let me tell you that. I was surprised how good that one is. Like, really good. Yeah. What would you say is the best for a new player? Oh, that is a hard question. I would say if you want the detailed answer to this, watch my solo builds tier list, where I talk for 30 minutes, showcase all of them and put them in specific like groups and stuff. What the easiest for new player is, I think all of the solo builds can be really hard to play if you want to make them play them perfectly, but probably one of the easiest solo builds is Staff Mirage. I think that has to be it. Like Staff Mirage, just spamming the dodge key and the auto attack, that's it. So probably that's the easiest build. Probably, yeah. I have of course a build guide about that on my YouTube channel. Oh my god, I was out of combat for a sec. But yeah, there are a lot of different solo builds. Reaper is also good, Scourge is really good for easy content. Or if you want to play an easy build, but Staff Mirage might be the easiest. But I made a recent like low intensity unload Deadeye solo build as well. That's also very good. There are so many options, like I said. Just check out my tier list or either my tier list, yes, or my spreadsheet in the description here. !builds. You can see all my builds and then you will find some build that is probably working for you as well. Nice. We got the cast through. Just made it in time. Very good. With the invulnerability. Very good, very good. Yes, we are almost there. We are almost there. Almost 80. Was a good progress, and we also killed Tequatl today, which is obviously a good gold boost. I got like 6 gold or something today. Not bad. Not bad at all. But I think I will not get level 80 today. So we will do it next stream, I guess. That's fine. That's fine. Welcome, Gikaman. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How's your progress on the legendary now? So the progress on the legendary is like quite small. 16 gold. I'm getting there. Yeah, 16 gold. I need at least 800 or something. But I have my world progression at 68%, so that's quite good. And I'm at level 78, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So we're getting there, but it takes time. It takes time. Would be cool if you have exclamation commands for YouTube videos. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, that's the problem. I have so many YouTube videos. You know, I started my content creation scene like last year ago, like my journey there, exactly almost 1 year ago. And since then I'm already like over 300 videos. So yes, I would be cool if I had commands for all of them, but that's a lot of work. And some of them actually would be like the same class all the time. So there would be like hundreds of commands. I'm not sure if I can get that reliably. But true, would be really cool if I had them. Yeah. But like I said, the builds spreadsheet is really good because in there are all my builds. I give some comments what the build is about, how you play it, what kind of weapon you choose and that kind of stuff. So that should help you find the build that you are looking for. And it also tells you in which game mode you play. It's like a summary. It's like some kind of cheat sheet. That's the idea there. Hopefully that helps. Okay. Are you gonna make one from a legendary kit or from scratch? So currently the plan is doing it with the starter kit as well. That's just the fastest way and that makes a lot of sense for a new player. They would also go for those first. I think that's just realistic. If you're a new player, you would not say, I will go for something that I don't have the money right now. I would probably go for the cheapest one for the first time, if you can afford it, of course. Or if you really want the legendary right now. That's at least my opinion. What do you think about the season ending in December? Are they always this long? So the season, which kind of season do you mean? The Wizards Vault season is not ending in December. It's ending in 52 days. So it will end in when the expansion drops, exactly then. So 52 days. And that's really good. This is a really long one, but in my opinion, that's not too bad, because especially for new players and for me as on this account as well, I have more time to get the special achievements and get some more Wizards coins, Astral Acclaim, and then I can purchase all the good stuff here. That's the whole thing. Yeah, that's the idea. The PvP season. Yeah, they're always this long. The PvP seasons are always this long. They always last rather this long. This time, I think this is a little bit longer maybe than usual. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks more, but not too much. They are always quite long. This is insane. That is true. That's like, when is it? September, October, November. That's 3.5 months. That's very long. That's not usual. That's true. This one is longer than usual. But still, I think I don't care too much. You know, you get a lot of rewards for doing them, and you know, the people that care are like, you can count them on one hand. So I don't care. I will just get the rewards, and that's about it. So that's my thing. Yeah, so I think that's actually the end of today's stream. I hope you had a lot of fun watching me. I hope I could answer some questions here as well. It was really fun. I wish you all a very nice weekend, and take care. Be sure to tune in to next stream, because I will turn level 80 then, and we can finally start the endgame content. And I hope to see you on my YouTube channel as well at some point. Thanks a lot for watching, and take care. Have a nice weekend. See you around.